into the Open. What do you see from her so far in this event?
Well, I mean, she hasn't been tested really when you think about it, except in her first round because she didn't really know Rakimova, and it was a test in a way because she was taking, she took that 6-4, 7-6, but that was probably her toughest match throughout, since the beginning of the tournament. 0-1 against Shibahara, who is, more of a doubles player, came through the qualification, good on her, good effort by her. And then against Pavlyuchenkova, you thought maybe it would have been a little bit closer, but, 4-2, we know Pavlyuchenkova can hit a really good ball, but she's not strong enough, too many unforced errors, and Iga just cruising. But I think tonight's going to be a tougher one, just because Samsonova is somebody who hits the ball so hard. Beautiful strokes from the baseline. It's all going to be to find out if she is consistent enough, because she can definitely put Iga in trouble.
Yeah, Samsonova plays some terrific hardcourt tennis, as she did when we saw her in 2022 when she won in DC. And she won her Sertogenbosch already this year, so she's got a title in 2024. Of course, Iga, the bar is sort of like different. When you're looking at her results, you're expecting big things, and well, she's done it like she has, and there's a reason why she's been #1 in the world for the better part of 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, no question that obviously, but she has a target behind her back, and I think that everybody believes that they can beat her when they walk on court. Big difference is, Samsonova has yet to play on Arthur Ashe this fortnight. She's played on outside court, I think 11-12 in grandstand, if I'm not mistaken. So, and she was actually really pushed, and she was down a set and 5-2 Samsonova when she played against, I believe, Bushkova, and that was in the second round. And then came back from this, and when you hear her talking about this, she's like, I really felt like I could come back, which is, a great feeling when you, at that stage, in a match,
sure,
to know that you have the resources. And she's saying she's learning to manage the pressure better. That was something that she talked about in Cincinnati already when she won back-to-back tournament, actually on the hard courts that year. And yeah, very impressive on hard court, likes the pace, likes to play on grass as well, where she was a winner this year, as you mentioned, in Sertogenbosch. So yeah, you have to be careful. Obviously, the court is fitting Samsonova, but not fast enough for her. She did well also in Cincinnati. The courts were fast. She lost to Sabalenka, who won the tournament. It was, a slugfest against each other because they both hit the ball so hard. Evidently, Sabalenka better that day.
Yeah, Sabalenka's been better than most. On most days, she actually beat Iga as well, Sabalenka, 3-3 in the semifinals of that tournament en route to the title. And maybe we'll finally get to see that Iga-Sabalenka matchup at a major, which we haven't seen yet. We've seen it in the WTA finals. We are on track for that. In fact, it's the first time since 2016 that the top 2 seeds have made it to the round of 16 at the US Open, which is kind of crazy to think.
No, but that's telling about the depth of women's tennis. I keep saying it, and you're looking at the same thing really in men's tennis now. The depth of men's tennis is so deep. Much better than when you had this big 3 happening, who were winning pretty much 85% of all the majors and tournaments around the globe, which in a way was pretty admirable, in another way pretty boring. I think I like to see a lot of faces, I like to see a lot of matches, a lot of potential. And here again, you're looking at how many players. Medvedev won this tournament. Is he the only one who has won who's still in?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So that's telling right there that it's, the depth of men's tennis is also there. And I love it personally, because I really love the fact that when you start and you look at a draw of men and women, that you, as well, they are actually on court. So we're going to listen to them right now in their interview.
I always said that I want to play on this big stadium once in my life.
Okay, so the matchup's been a little tough against Iga. How do you turn that around tonight?
Yes, of course. I'm playing the best in the world right now, so I would try to focus on myself and try to play my best.
All right, well, best of luck out there and enjoy that moment. Of course, the #1 seed and 2022 champion, Iga Świątek. Iga, most importantly, what are you happiest with so far in the tournament?
Well, that I'm still here and I can play some good matches for sure. I feel like I was improving every match, so that's the most important thing for me.
And Ludmila, you know her game. You've got a great record against her, but you know how dangerous she is. What's the most important thing for you to concentrate on early?
I wouldn't say it matters. You know, our previous matches, totally different conditions here. So I'm going to try to be proactive and focus on my game. And
As Iga Swiatek prepares to take on Ludmila Samsonova. And Sophie, we heard from Iga. She's really good at putting the blinders on. She said it doesn't matter what's happened before. They played 3 times in the past, all last year. Iga won all 3, twice blowing her out in straight sets, 2-2, 1 in love, both on hard and on clay. It went to 7-5 in the third.
Yeah, that was 2022 on clay in Stuttgart. But you got to remember, clay Stuttgart is indoors, and it feels like you play on hard court, just so you know. So that's why the score to me was even closer than, you know, if it was a clay outdoor. That makes sense to me that it was that close. I think Samsonova had a lot of opportunities in that match, 3 hours and 3 minutes. So hard court is definitely someplace where I think that Samsonova can do better. But you're right, 2023 has been pretty bad. I mean, she barely won, well, she won 4 games at most in both matches, and that was in Beijing. That was last year in the final of Beijing in 2023, 6-2, 6-2. So let's hope that this is going to be a little bit more entertaining.
Samsonova's best year really was 2022, 3 times a champion in DC, Cleveland, and Tokyo. So we know Samsonova has got some firepower behind her. Iga Swiatek comes in, strange year for Iga, even though she's #1. We haven't seen those high-level results at the majors consistently. Let's listen in first to the coin toss.
Final set, tie breaks to 10 points. Net machine, shot clocks in the back corners and on the 2 boards down here. Towel box in all 4 corners. Iga, do you want to take the white box? Ludmila, you can take the red box. VAR, so if you want to challenge, you can challenge on the point-ending shot or during the rally. You cannot challenge time violations, code violations, net serves or foot faults. ELC live, so it calls everything, so just play until you hear a call. Okay? Any questions? Do you like blue heads, yellow tails? Heads, okay, J-Lo? So over to you when you're ready. Receive. Can we just have a picture? So we're going to face that way and smile really big, okay?
So Ludmila Samsonova won the toss, elected to receive. Iga Swiatek will serve. They begin the warm-ups before we talk more about this match and get into the play-by-play of this round of 16 matchup in the women's singles draw. Let's check in on a 4th round match going on right now in men's singles between a couple of Australians next door at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where our guy Gil Gross is stationed. Gil, what's happening with Alex de Minaur and Jordan Thompson?
Oh, Russ and Sophie, just a massive tactical change by Jordan Thompson after getting bageled in the opening set. He was getting dominated quite a bit from the back of the court. Started the second set, he said, well, you know, I'm a serve and volleyer now. And not only was it the decision to begin serve and volleying, he served the lights out. The execution on the first serve was absolutely on point. So that got him through the service games, and then a surprising lapse in focus from Alex, up 40 love. It's very rare to see that, but he just had a dip in concentration, got broken, and that was the difference. So now we're at a set apiece and 1-1 in the third here on Armstrong.
Australian friends, Davis Cup teammates. Alex de Minaur is usually having the better of Jordan Thompson in the rankings and in their matchups, and they are all even on Louis Armstrong Stadium, and Gil Gross will be there all the way through, letting us know what's going on. And let's get ourselves back to Arthur Ashe Stadium. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak, and also want to welcome in everybody watching on usopen.org. The US Open app also has the audio along with SiriusXM and TuneIn. And of course, I'm sure some of you are watching on the live stream on YouTube. So hello to everybody out there in the United States of America and beyond. We're getting ready for some fun tennis tonight at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Iga hasn't had the dominant season, I would say, at the majors that we've seen in the past. In fact, it's the first time since she played all 4 majors in 2019 that she hasn't really reached the deep end of every major that she's been in. But here she is in the 4th round of the Open. What do you think about Iga's season so far? So?
Well, I think that's debatable. Let's put it this way, because the reason I'm saying that, Russ, is that you're used to having her in 2022 being like 37 match streak, and people were saying, well, it's going to happen every year. Well, it's not possible. I mean, she's human, and people start knowing how to play her, and you have that target behind your back of #1. I mean, Serena Williams talks about it constantly. How difficult it was to come in day and day out. Listen, she won 5 tournaments. one major this year. I think that that's a pretty darn good season. I mean, between you and I,
It's a fantastic.
anyone would sign up just to win one tournament. But for me, and you know, just the head. You look also at what she's done throughout the year. I mean, what is she, 70-7 or something, 74-7?
She's 53-6.
53-6.
Yeah. In fact, she's got 12 more wins than the next highest win total of the year, which is Emma Navarro. She's having by far the best year of anyone.
So there you go.
Wins-wise.
You know, you can't compare, you know, to what she's done in the past as far as, you know, she was on a pedestal. She was like on top of the world. What happened was so exceptional, let's put it this way, that to replicate this is going to be so difficult. Plus, you know, everybody gets better, and she tried to get better and to keep at it. So for me, I think that she's definitely having a great season.
And it's such a great point that you bring up about she's getting better and everybody else is getting better, because it's something that Iga actually talked about after her third round win, is that she's not the same player from match to match, because if you are, somebody else is getting better and changing, and you're not going to be the best player. She's always trying to get better after each and every match, which is, look, hard to do. But she is focused on that for sure.
Plus, let's not forget, she changed something this year. She changed her serve to try to get a better serve with more MPH, which she is achieving now more than ever. I think she's serving at least 5-7 miles per hour faster. I think that the serve is probably the one best serve, you know, as far as service percentage for service hold. And you have to admire the fact that with all this, she won 5 tournaments, including a major. It's not easy to change anything. Ask anyone, ask any players out there, ask any amateurs who are taking lessons day in and day out and saying, you know, I can't, no, don't ask me to change my, don't ask me to change my movement. So imagine the pro level with the pressure that is in and on them all year long, and they only have 3 weeks to do that.
Yeah, and look, it's also a testament to how great Iga has been that we actually put her under that kind of microscope, because you look at Ludmila Samsonova, she's ranked 16th in the world. She's one of the best players in tennis. She got to the quarters in Cincy, the quarter in Toronto, won Sertogovac, semifinals Strasbourg, semifinals Abu Dhabi. These are winning a lot of matches. This is a tremendous season that Samsonova's having right now. If she's going to have a chance to beat Iga tonight, she's going to have to do what?
Well, number one, you're going to have to play your game and be aggressive. This is what she does. She has the power to put Iga miles from the ball, which is, you know, not only Iga, but a lot of players. It's going to be more difficult against Iga because she's one of the fastest on the tour. So she might have to hit 2 or 3 more balls, and that becomes the problem, because to do so with the amount of power, you have to be so accurate and so consistent. That's the hard part, because that ball and many more balls are going to come back.
All right, so here we go. Round of 16 action. This is the final 4th round match in the women's draw. The winner of this match will take on Jessica Pegula, a winner earlier today over the youngest player remaining in the draw, Diana Schneider. And in the near court, the number 1 seed and world number 1 Iga Swiatek will serve to the number 16 seed Ludmila Samsonova. First ball is in the air, and away we go. Nighttime at the US Open. The backhand-to-backhand exchange begins the first rally. Samsonova sends a backhand long, and it's 15-love.
And another very important factor of the game in Samsonova is her serve. She has one of the best serve on tour. She can ace, she loves to ace on the tee. She loves to move it actually wide. So very important for her to really protect her serve.
15-love. Swiatek looking at a first offering here, down to the middle of the box and long. Now Iga sets up at 15-love. First game of this 4th round match. Second serve on the way. Deliberate delivery from the world number 1. Kicks it to the backhand of Samsonova, who returns deep to the middle of the backhand of Iga. Widens the angle, and now Samsonova goes inside out with the forehand. Iga's backhand cross court, and Samsonova misses a cross court backhand. It's 30-love.
See, right off the bat, that's 2 unforced errors from the racket of Samsonova. So also the nerves. You got to remember, she has yet to play on Arthur Ashe this 2 weeks, well, 10 days. Hasn't played at night either. So big difference.
Swiatek, winner of the first 2 points of this match, getting ready as someone yells out in the audience. Iga resets and regains her balance, and now the toss is up into the backhand of Samsonova, but it clips the top of the net. We'll start it again. Samsonova, 25 years of age, a 5-time winner on the WTA Tour, most recently this summer in Sertogenbosch. Iga's first serve at 30 love to the forehand of Samsonova and just powers it to the frame. Samsonova shanks it high in the air and back into the stands, and a lucky fan catches the ball. He'll put it in his pocket and sit down with his pizza he's holding in his other hand, and now it's a second serve.
Pretty good juggling.
Yeah, it was very nice. Didn't drop any of the pie. 40 love now.
Cirque du Soleil is looking for someone.
Down the middle to the Samsonova forehand, who returns it down the line to the forehand of Swiatek, and then another unforced error off the racket of Samsonova, and Iga Swiatek has held it love to start the match.
Yeah, it's all nerves right now, and she needs to get the butterflies out, Samsonova, because this could go very fast. As we all know, we know someone who likes to really add bread and
the
bagels,
and the bagels, yes.
bagels to a bakery. So pretty amazing. But just to go back of what Samsonova said after she beat Bushkova, being down a set and 5-2, she said, "I don't know how I won that match." She sighed. And she's reflecting on it, and she goes, well, when I was there on court, I was feeling that I could do it, honestly. I was feeling like, till the end, I will try to do my best because I felt I had the chance to win, even if the score was really down. And she said, after I won the match, I had so much confidence because I said, I can really be strong. So this is like what gives the player that mental toughness of saying, to get out of this kind of situation. Because before she was in that match, she probably didn't experience what she had to go through against Bushkova in such a way that it made a difference that day. So let's see if that really translates here in this match.
Well, Samsonova had won the toss, elected to receive. Swiatek held it love. Here's the first serve from Samsonova into the forehand of Iga.
15
and the replies into the net, so it's 15 love. I wonder if those nerves were part of the reason why Samsonova asked to receive when she won the toss, to give herself maybe a game to catch her breath.
Yeah, not a bad idea when when you're playing on the ash at night against the number 1 player in the world.
First serves Alette at 15 love in the largest stadium in tennis, Arthur Ashe Stadium, here at the U.S. Open. First serve, 15 love for Samsonova, out to the backhand of Swiatek, and again, Iga a little bit behind it. And it's 30 love. Starting to fill up at Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is sort of the transition time when the people for the night session are coming in. The day session folks are still outside watching a match like the one on Armstrong between the Aussies, Dimonor and Thompson at the moment. And we'll get you some updates on that from our guy Gil Gross, who is in the stands watching it from up close. But here's Samsonova at 30 love. Second serve to Iga, and it's into the net. We got our first double fault. Sort of an awkward looking second serve as well. Ended up on 1 foot hopping.
Yeah, kind of lost her balance somehow. Something to be looked at. Does have some kind of strap under her knee.
All right, so Ludmila Samsonova, 2 big first serves and then a double fault. It's 30-15. We haven't really had a rally at all on this side of the court yet for Samsonova, missing a 3rd straight serve. She'll have a second serve at 30-15. Blowing on her hand, trying to keep that hand dry. It is a little humid out on this Monday night, but it was a beautiful day at the U.S. Open. Second serve into the backhand of Swiatek, returned down the line. Now a forehand deep to the cross court. Swiatek slips but gets up, and she's got a backhand that she bunts to the forehand of Samsonova, who knocks off the volley for a winner. Scrambling Iga, Samsonova had her on the run.
Yeah, she slipped on that forehand, reaching to the cross-court forehand of Samsonova that had great angle. I think it was more of a sliding action and couldn't get back right away off of it. But Samsonova kept her cool. You know, you have to really keep watching the ball and not really look at your opponent on that stage. And she did really well with that volley.
And it's 40-15. Samsonova with game points now to level this first set at 1 game apiece. First serve into the net. Second serve coming from the number 16 seed, Ludmila Samsonova. 0-3 lifetime against Iga Swiatek, but she has pushed her to 3 sets one time. A return to the forehand of Samsonova. Now forehand to forehand they go. Deep in the court. Iga widens the angle. Now backhand to backhand. They switch. Now Iga tries to change directions, sends it down the line, but into the net. And Samsonova has leveled the first set at 1-all.
Yeah, she probably can kind of breathe a little bit, Samsonova, now that she held here. Also had, you know, some good play in doubles. So won tournaments in doubles as well, and that means that she's definitely very comfortable coming forward. She won in Dubai with Kudermetova. That was in 2023 last year.
Tough draw in doubles for Samsonova and her partner, the Italian Bronzetti, because they got the number 3 seeds, the Wimbledon champions, Taylor Townsend and Katerina Siniakova in the first round, and lost in 3. First point of the 3rd game of this first set. They go backhand to back, and now Iga with a forehand inside into the forehand of Samsonova, who pushes the forehand wide, and it's 15-love.
One thing about her, when we saw her in Cincinnati, and it was probably one of the hottest Cincinnati tournaments that year, she was like under the sun and grueling this, and we always thought, oh, she's got to be tired, but she has so many reserves and able to really go deep and dig really deep into her fitness, which is something very good as far as when you play against the top players, knowing that you can go far and deep. She proved it against Buskova, winning in 3 sets.
Second serve from 15-love to the backhand of Samsonova. Now a forehand down the middle, backhand from Iga right back down the middle. Now a backhand Iga down the line to the forehand of Samsonova. Forehand back down the middle to the backhand of Samsonova, and Iga pushes a forehand wide, and it's 15-all.
It's very smart play to go down the middle, really at the body of, and deep, especially at the body of Iga, especially to the forehand, because that forehand has a bigger loop and preparation to get to the ball, and when someone hits hard at it, you have to make up the time and get faster with your loop to get in contact at the right time.
So it's 15-all. First serve from Iga Swiatek in the far court, clips the top of the net. They'll start it up again. Iga in the all-white on kit with the purple accents. Just to give you a visual, Ludmila Samsonova, the 2-piece black outfit, top and skirt. And here comes Iga Swiatek. One more time at 15-all and an errant toss. They'll start it up again. Toss is up. 15-all, 1-all in the first. It's long. Second serve coming for Iga Swiatek. The 23-year-old, already a 22-time winner on the WTA Tour. Second serve at 15-all, slow into the middle of the box. Samsonova doesn't do a whole lot with it. Now they're going forehand to forehand and just a rally ball.
15.
Iga misses, getting too far over the top and clips the net.
Yeah, it's another forehand. That's where really the unforced errors comes mostly for Iga Swiatek. She likes to play on the run, doesn't like when the ball comes right at her. Needs to make a little bit more adjustment with the footwork, I think, and maybe go inside out with that forehand.
All right, 15:30 now. First half opening for either player on return. First serve from Iga Swiatek down the tee. It's a service winner as Samsonova can do nothing but swat it deep. And it's 30-all.
Ross, faster serve for Swiatek is 114 miles per hour. It's faster by 3 miles per hour than Ludmila. So it's telling that serve is going definitely faster than it used to be.
Iga at 30-all. First serve sliding it out wide.
Perfect.
Doesn't need to be fast when you hit that kind of target. It was halfway up the box, slid right off the court, untouchable. It's 40-30.
So smart. You see that Samsonova was a little bit further back receiving this. That opens the really short slider. It's very difficult to get to because the ball, when it lands, go even more to your right.
86-mile-an-hour ace from Swiatek. Game point now for 2-1. Tries to go down the tee, misses wide. So Samsonova will have a look at a second serve from Iga Swiatek. Iga rocks back, tosses up, and then she catches the toss, and will start over again here on the second serve. Just a couple tosses, and here comes the second. Kicker to the backhand. Now Iga forehand, cross-court into the forehand of Samsonova. Again playing down the middle of the court, and again Iga misses a forehand long. We're starting to see a pattern develop.
I agree. And it's the same forehand. She keeps wanting to put it cross-court when it comes right at her down the middle. I would definitely go around that ball even more to try to go inside out, to have a longer area and can get extension through the ball to go that way.
First serve at 1-all deuce. Swiatek out wide to the forehand of Samsonova. Now Iga rolls it wide outside, and Samsonova sends up a defensive lob to reset. Iga cracks a backhand cross court, another backhand cross court, opens the way for her forehand down the line. Now a cross court forehand to open the court, and Samsonova misses long, and Iga has found a little bit of an alteration to her pattern.
Yeah, but you realize how many shots she has to hit for her to try to win the point, as she's talking to her box, actually tallying off Iga and showing about the forehand, what's going on with my forehand. But that was a 13-shot rally, and that's a lot for Samsonova, who takes a lot more risk because she doesn't have as much topspin in her ball.
So a game point for Iga Swiatek, who was trailing in this game at 15-30. She's won a few points in a row. She's got a point now for 2-1. First serve, tried to go flat out wide to the backhand, cracked it into the top of the net. So a second serve coming. Samsonova standing about 6 feet behind the baseline to return the second serve of Iga Swiatek. The toss is up. Iga's going kicker to the middle of the box. A forehand inside out to the backhand of Iga, who throws it high and deep. Now another one to the backhand of Swiatek. Drop shot from Samsonova. Iga runs it down, and Samsonova can't reply with a volley. It's into the net, and Swiatek is held under a bit of duress. It's 2-1 in the first set on serve at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Let's check in on what's happening at Louis Armstrong as the players sit down on Ashe. Gil Gross, what's happening between the Aussies on Armstrong?
Well, de Minaur has gone up the break in this third set, now leads 4-2. But I want to go back a few games. It was 1-all, 30-all, when we got into a pretty interesting situation with Sophie Amiak's favorite chair umpire. What's her name, Sophie?
That's Aurélie Tourte, I would say.
That's her, yes. So Jordan Thompson tracked down a lob, and his hat fell off as he was trying to kind of hit that emergency sprinting backwards over the shoulder shot. And then he stopped playing. He said, I lost my hat, I stopped playing. And they actually, Demon kept playing. There was a big kind of debate about it with the umpire, Aurélie Tourte. I know that was probably even
Pretty
worse
bad,
than the first time, Sophie.
That's okay.
Muy mal.
Anyway, the rule is that's a let. It's a let the first time. The second time you lose the point. So the correct call was made. It was a let. Thompson ended up holding from 30-all there, but he then missed a lot of first serves in his last service game, and de Minaur was able to take advantage. I felt the whole time Alex is the better player from the baseline, and it's really been reliant upon Thompson to hit a lot of good serves.
Now, when he lost his hat, did Aurélie Tourte on the chair stop, or did he stop the point?
Mrs. Tourte did not see it immediately.
Got
so
it.
it took her a second, I think, to catch up with the situation. So Jordan was first to stop the point.
So now you gave up on Aurélie, you went to Mrs. Tourte. I see. You're a smart man. You're a smart man.
Aurélie.
It's as if she's his teacher, Mrs. Tourte.
Mrs. Tourte. I didn't know she was married, but hey.
I have sociology.
Apparently
with
you're
Mrs.
very
Tourte
close
today.
with Mrs. Tourte.
Gil Gross and Armstrong. Let's get you back into Arthur Ashe Stadium. Thanks, Gil. Ludmila Samsonova.
Love it, Dave.
Netting a forehand to the middle of the net after a shortish rally. On the first point, it's love 15 as Iga Swiatek came back from 15-30 down in her service game at 1-all to hold for 2-1. And now the world number one has her nose out in front in this, the fourth game of the first set. Samsonova into her windup and the delivery to the Swiatek forehand, kind of a shanker up high. Samsonova's got a short inside out forehand that Iga tracks down, and now a drop shot that Swiatek runs down, but she can't get it over the high part of the net. It's 15-all.
And you've got to love really the variety of the play of Samsonova, because she can do everything and anything. She's kind of along the line of Muchova. Difference is Muchova is probably a most secure because she has a little bit more topspin in her game, but she can come in, she can volley, she can serve and volley here and there. If she was to push the serve and volley, I think that would be a great thing to do. But she can also drop shot. Love it.
So at 15-all, Samsonova cracks a first serve down the middle that Iga puts into the net, and it's 30-15.
And that was the fastest first serve, 115 miles per hour. There you go.
They can both get a little juice on that first serve. Iga's fastest was 114, Samsonova 115. And now it's 30-15. Samsonova first serve to Swiatek, trying to go flat out wide. That hits the net. Second serve coming at 30-15. It's 1-2 in the first set. Both players pretty deliberate between first and second serves. Lots of bouncing. And now the delivery. Iga, the backhand returned down the middle. Forehand of Samsonova sails long, and it's 30-all.
30-all.
That's 6 unforced errors from the racket of Samsonova so far. Only 4 on the other side.
Let's. First serve.
Led on the first serve. Another first serve attempt coming for Ludmila Samsonova. And Iga returned down the middle, and Samsonova, another error. That time, Sophie, you might call it unforced. That was a pretty hard, deep shot from Iga.
I agree.
And putting the pressure on Samsonova immediately. A breakpoint opportunity for Iga Swiatek in the fourth game right here. And Samsonova knows what it is feeling like to get behind against Iga. It's not a good feeling at all, because Swiatek's probably the best front runner in tennis. And that's a big first serve from Ludmila Samsonova down the tee. It's an ace, and there goes the breakpoint opportunity for Iga Swiatek, and it feels like that was a very, very big serve for Samsonova. 110 down the tee.
Great timing.
So now it's deuce. First serve from Samsonova. Right to the Swiatek forehand to the middle of the court. Samsonova out wide to the backhand of Iga. Iga with a passing shot down the line. And another break chance coming. A big fist pump from Iga Swiatek, who will have one more chance to get the first break of the match.
Yeah, it's hard for her, but she needed to go down the line with that backhand instead of going back cross court to the backhand of Swiatek. Swiatek is much more comfortable with the backhand, especially when she has a target at the net, and the passing shot was exquisite, though.
Iga turning defense into offense pretty quickly. Had to stab a ball just to stay in the point, and then set her feet and crack the winner down the line. First serve to the forehand of Swiatek, inside out to the backhand of Samsonova. Backhand to backhand. Now in the middle of the court, an Iga forehand down the middle. Samsonova goes to the forehand of Swiatek, and Iga's forehand cupped again into the middle of the net.
Yeah, all about the pace that is injecting in the shot. Samsonova is just hitting the ball so hard, and Iga is not able to really counter. Yeah, that pace, it's obvious. And she's getting frustrated, and that's why, you know, in the past, like about a game ago, she looked at her camps like forehand. She was talking about the forehand a little bit.
And now a first serve to the forehand of Iga. Oh, another big ball to the forehand of Swiatek that Iga can't control. Samsonova really picking up the pace, and now a game point.
So every single time that that ball is coming to her forehand, Iga should tell herself in her mind, earlier, to try to make contact before that ball is taking her, you know, off balance. You have to try to meet that ball and be really, actually have a little bit more guts. You have to go for it.
All right, first serve is long.
It's hard because it's counterintuitive. When you have somebody attacking you with that sword, you kind of like go back, and instead you have to be brave. Second serve here.
And a game point for Samsonova after saving 2 breakpoint opportunities on the racket of Iga Swiatek. This would be a great escape for 2-all should she get there. Second serve to the backhand of Iga, and the return is long. And 2-all indeed is what it is here in Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah, it's a great hold. I mean, after saving 2 break points, one with fashion with the ace, and then again, it's really coming from the forehand of Swiatek. I think the tactic is very clear for Samsonova. If she's able to apply it without having too many unforced errors, that could work very well for her.
So it's been a day where we saw the youngest player in the draw on the women's side, Diana Schneider, fall in straight sets to Jessica Pegula, and the oldest player remaining in the draw, which would be Caroline Wozniacki, fall as well to Beatriz Haddad Maia.
Thank you, sir.
Of Brazil. Iga Swiatek, the #1 seed, still alive as we play the final 16, and this is the last of the 4th round matches on the women's side as we await the first serve at 2-all. Here's Iga, first serve offering to the Samsonova forehand, deep to the back end of Iga, down the middle to the forehand, and another miss off that forehand wing from
You have the
Swiatek.
stats right here on this board. Any chance to give me how many forehand unforced? It's got to be at least 5, I would say, from Swiatek. They're somewhere to be found. I'll look for it. I'll look for them
I'll
as well.
turn it your way. Whoops, I
Let me
just hit
see.
something. Love 15 at 2-all. Now the return from Samsonova pushes Swiatek way wide to her backhand side. And now, after fending off 2 break points, Ludmila Samsonova
Did I say 6?
has made inroads. You said at least 4, so there you go.
There's 6 of them of the forehand side right now.
I don't doubt it.
Total of 8, 2 of the backhand, 6 of the forehand. This is huge.
Yeah, love 30 right here. An obvious game plan coming into this match. Danilo Pizzono is the coach of Ludmila Samsonova. And whoever came up with the game plan, it's working so far. First serve to the forehand of Samsonova, and Iga goes serve +1 with her big forehand when she can set her feet and doesn't have to deal with the pace. As much as Samsonova's put on it, Iga can put a hurting on that forehand.
Yep. Well, this one I was saying, going inside out is a much better play right now than going back cross courts, just because she can extend through the ball and she has to hit it a little bit in front of her.
15-30, first serve to Samsonova's forehand down the middle. Iga again, forehand down the middle. Now Samsonova moves Swiatek out to her forehand. Iga's deep reply forces the error from Samsonova into the net, and it's 30-all.
Just like that. Little door open, and then now it's closing in on her.
Well, we saw Samsonova come up big on a break point down with her first ace of the match. Here's Iga lifting her level as she's down love 30, and now it's 30-all. 2-all first set. The world #1 rocks back and tosses the ball up. Her first serve at 30-all is down the tee off the top of the tape and comes back onto her side of the court. It'll be a second serve. Iga, a couple hops, bounces the ball with her racket on the ground, now looks up, adjusts her hat, bounces the ball 5 times, and here we go. Second serve coming. 2-all, 30-all. Swiatek to the forehand of Samsonova, back to the forehand of Iga. Forehand to forehand, and now Samsonova looks to change direction, but puts it into the net, and it's 40-30.
Yeah, and that was her 8th unforced error. They both have the same amount. A bit of a difference is 4 winners for Swiatek instead of 2 on the other side.
And now a game point for Iga Swiatek at 40-30. 2-all, first set. It's been tight. It's been a little nervy so far. First serve from Iga down the tee. Samsonova gets to it, but can't do much with it. So Iga moves forward quickly, knocks it off, and it's 3-2 to the world #1 on serve in the first. We'll take a break. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime at the US Open. Round of 16 action on the women's draw. The final round 4 matchup between the world #1, Iga Swiatek, and the 16th seed, Ludmila Samsonova. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call on US Open Radio. So glad to see everybody out there as we watch on the YouTube channel and also on usopen.org. Thanks for listening in on the US Open app, on TuneIn Radio and Sirius XM. Ludmila Samsonova serving at 2-3 in the first. And Sophie, it has been very tight, but it also seems like all the nerves haven't gone out yet. There's still some shaky play out there.
Well, it is definitely better for Samsonova. She's starting to definitely get a groove. She had some opportunities being up love 30 on Swiatek's serve earlier, but she was twice, a chance at 15-30. Also, just needs to put it together, not give that many points when it happens. And now down low 15 in this 6th game, down 2-3.
Samsonova saved 2 break points in her last service game, one of them with her first ace of the match, and now she's behind again. 2-3, love 15. First serve in the ad court, right to the forehand of Iga. And she got it inside the defenses, so much so that Swiatek could only fight it off into the net. And it's 15 all.
Yeah, really the stats are very similar right here. There's not much differential except the opportunity that Swiatek had twice to break, but couldn't do it yet, should I say.
All right, first serve at 15 all to the backhand of Iga, who pushes it long. And it must be said, part of the reason why we're seeing a bunch of errors and maybe some short points is that both players are actually putting a lot of first serves in play.
I agree, and this one was 117 miles per hour.
So Samsonova serving at over 70% on first serve. Iga's right up just under 70%. That's pretty high and pretty good for both of them, although this first serve at 30-15 hits the net. So Swiatek, for the first time in this game, is going to have a look at a second serve. Iga about 4 feet behind the baseline, getting ready to return. We'll see if she steps in and tries to get more aggressive than that, or decides to play it just back in safely. Iga plays it down the middle with a little height. Samsonova forehand deep to the forehand of Iga Swiatek, and that depth forces an error. Another one off the Iga forehand.
Does this look like a replay?
A lot of the points are very similar.
Well,
right
the
now.
one that Swiatek is missing. This has been like the same forehand where she's getting caught by the depth, the pace of Samsonova to her forehand, and I mean, that's a great tactic. It's working.
Iga set to return. It's 40-15 for Samsonova, out wide to the forehand and then into the open court. Serve +1, Ludmila Samsonova. That is the most smooth service game that she's had so far, and even she dropped the first point, won 4 in a row after that, and it's 3 all.
And that backhand is money. I can tell you, she can hit it down the line. We've seen that in Cincinnati when we watched her win that tournament a couple years ago, and it is money. She is like just aligning with the line so well. Now let's see if Swiatek just drops a little bit on the service, you know that Samsonova is going to start attacking the second serve.
All right, so it's 3 all. Iga Swiatek ready for her first serve, first point of the 7th game of the first set. Into the middle of the box, the forehand of Samsonova. Down the middle it goes. Samsonova sends a backhand long, and it's 15 love.
I have to give a shout out to all my friends here, Carol, Michelle, Juana. Hello, guys.
Love
Good
it.
to see you.
Hello.
Texas.
Thank you for watching. Much appreciated. Iga Swiatek at 15 love down the tee to the Samsonova forehand, a return right down the middle. Iga falling backward a la Rafa Nadal, whips a forehand for a clean winner.
Yep, she made it. A very slim margin, to say the least. Her 6th winner of the match, double the amount than Samsonova.
That was very much a no, yes situation.
Yeah.
Went for much more than she probably should have, but it worked, and it's 30 love. All right, first serve to the Samsonova forehand, long. Second serve coming. Iga Swiatek has only lost 6 times on tour this year. which is incredible. Forehand to forehand exchange now. Iga trying to go hard and deep to the Samsonova forehand. Reply deep, and now Iga backhand cross court. Samsonova changes direction down the line, and it's a clean winner for the 16 seed. It's 30-15.
Absolutely gorgeous. That backhand is so sound. So is her forehand. She has a very good technique all around, and you know what we say, you know, technique is very important at that level, because under pressure, that's pretty much when your shots will break. And right now, just aligning so well that backhand down line winner.
Best compliment I can give, and maybe the best description of that backhand, I would call it quiet. There was nothing wasted in that movement at all. It seemed very easy from Samsonova. It is still 30-15. Here comes Iga Swiatek's first offering, and it's into the top of the net. Samsonova will have a look at the Swiatek second serve now.
She's backing off the baseline, which is interesting. I would think that she would try to attack it. Instead, she's going to take the kick on the way down.
And here is the kick, and she takes it on her forehand, tries to loop it high inside out. It just looked unconvincing, Sophie.
See, I feel like tactically that's the wrong play. I would love to see her putting a lot of more pressure on that return and take that ball right when it kicks. Take it right at the height of the bounce. Keep your your racket level of the ball and attack.
Yeah, think Arina Sabalenka, who does that
very
as well, or better than anybody on the women's tour right now. First serve out wide to the forehand of Samsonova, who did a really good job to reply deep and hard to the Swiatek forehand. And Iga again misses a forehand long, and it's 40-30. All right, 40-30. Iga Swiatek points now for 4-3 here in the first set. Round of 16 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. The first serve is down the tee. It's unreturnable. It's an ace from the world number one. And Iga Swiatek has held for a 4-3 lead in the first set on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And while the players sit down and the change of ends, let's send you over to Louis Armstrong Stadium for an update from Gil Gross. What's happening between de Minaur and Thompson right now?
Bit of a surprisingly volatile reaction after Jordan Thompson lost a 40-30 point at love all in the fourth. He slammed his racket down and started to scold himself, directed at his team. Alex de Minaur took the third set 6-3, so it might be some residue frustration from that. De Minaur looking to reach his third major quarterfinal of the season. He'd be the first to do that since Leighton Hewitt. He is already the first since Leighton Hewitt to reach the fourth round of all four majors, which is an accomplishment he's very proud of. But the expectations were low coming into this US Open, because this is his first event since Wimbledon. He hurt his hip on match point in the fourth round there.
Gil, de Minaur's hip looked terrible in the first round, and now here he is in the fourth round. What's his movement look like now?
It looks pretty much fine. You know, I did ask him about it after his win over Dan Evans in his previous match, and he said, yeah, this is the best day I've had with my hip, and this might be a new best day. It just keeps getting better and better, and you know, I wonder if they have been more intensive with the maybe medicinal pain killing since the first round against Giron. I mean, modern medicine, Nadal won Roland Garros numbing the top of his foot just a couple years ago, right?
Yes, he did. And Novak Djokovic got to the finals of Wimbledon shortly after knee surgery and then won the Olympics a couple weeks later. Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium, we'll get back to Gil Gross with updates on what's happening on Armstrong. But right now, Ludmila Samsonova is getting ready to serve at 3-4. Change of ends, fans moving in and out. We have some new policies this year, which allows for more free movement around the grounds, which I think is great overall. But every once in a while, you have a straggler in the wrong spot catching the eye of a player, and you have to wait. And that's what happened here. Samsonova first serve is long at 3-4. Iga Swiatek waiting about 4 feet behind the baseline as she gets ready to return the second serve of Samsonova. Here it comes to the forehand of Swiatek. She goes down the line, now deep to the backhand of Swiatek, and Iga pulls the reply wide. It's 15-love.
It's again the down the middle balls that are really affecting Swiatek, who just can't decide to take it on that last one with the forehand or backhand. Was a little late and then pulled it out.
Samsonova now serving with a lead. She had lost the first point in her last 2 service games, but here she wins the first point, and a big first serve into the backhand of Iga Swiatek, and Iga bricks it long. It's 30-love.
I mean, she is solid, playing solid out there, Samsonova. And, you know, I love what I'm seeing. Just because she has the game that can bother Swiatek, just because of the speed and the way that she's hitting, it's just about consistency and putting it together and keeping the ball going with that speed and pace for 3, 4, 5 exchange. And that's the toughest part.
Second serve coming as the first serve hit the net. Samsonova up 30-love, serving at 3-4 in the first set. Second serve again to the forehand of Iga. Down the middle of the court it goes, and now another shank forehand goes awry for Iga Swiatek. It's 40-love.
Number 9 on the unforced errors of the forehand side for Swiatek now. That's huge. That's a huge amount. And a chance to hold that love here.
And if there's one positive to be said, at least, Iga hasn't shown outward signs of frustration yet. Even though she's making seemingly the same mistake over and over again, she seems to be still pretty locked in.
She did earlier in the match at 1-all. She looked at her camp and said, you know, what's going on with my forehand? You know, it's like, well, you know,
she hasn't
you have
really
to
done
figure
it
it out.
since. Second serve to the forehand of Iga down the line. She pulls it. Now she's got control of the point from the middle of the court with her forehand. Samsonova slices it deep, and Iga misses a forehand into the net. Samsonova holds at love. And again, the forehand gone awry.
Number 10. Wow, 4-all. Now Iga serving. She's going to have to really focus on that serve right here in the service game. It's getting tense at the end of this set for sure.
You know, for a little while, there was a moment there a couple of games ago where I thought Iga figured it out, where she purposefully rolled the forehand short and wide to try to change sort of the geography of the points and where they were playing, and it worked. But she's still continuing to try to go back down the middle and missing forehands all over the place.
Or going cross court, and I think she should go really inside out.
Big first serve into the body of Samsonova, pushes Samsonova back, and then she goes inside out with the backhand into the open court for the winner.
And the reason I say that is because when you get hit really fast to your forehand down the middle, if you try to go down cross court, you're not really going to hit it in front enough. But if you tell yourself you want to go inside out, you have to hit it in front. And that's exactly what she needs to do on this fast pace from the racket of Samsonova.
And it's 15-love. First serve to the backhand of Samsonova. Deep reply into the backhand corner of Swiatek. They go backhand to backhand until Samsonova tries to bring it down the line. This time she can't find it. She's had joy doing that earlier in the set, but this one catches the net, and it's 30-love. Hard to argue with the tactic. The execution on that particular point didn't work. And Swiatek's up 30-love now at 4-all in the first. Sophie, is there anything to be said maybe that, look, Iga's actually not playing particularly well because Samsonova is her tactics, but it's still 4-all 30-love. There's still going to be pressure on Samsonova. She hasn't been able to really break through and take a lead.
Well, I agree. This is where the mental toughness, and we'll see who's tougher mentally right now to finish out this set.
Big moment here. First serve into the body of Samsonova, and Iga gives a little come on. She's now trying to push herself forward with a little positive energy, and it's 40-love. And this is the smoothest sailing that Iga has seen on serve so far in this match.
Yeah, it's a good thing that she's holding her serve, and she's doing well in that serve with 84% of first serve point won so far. 16 out of 19.
Points for 5-4 now for Iga Swiatek. Second serve coming. First serve hit the net. Samsonova still standing very far back to return the second serve of Iga Swiatek. Second serve is a kicker to the backhand. Now cross-court return brings Iga off the court. Now Samsonova will go down the line. Iga runs it down, but throws it up high and deep, and it's 40-15. So that time it was Samsonova who ran Swiatek off the court with her backhand. She sent wide. And now 40-15, another point for 5-4 for Iga Swiatek. First serve coming.
And again, Samsonova taking 4 steps back on the second serve. It would be good for Swiatek to go slice wide right here on that second serve.
Well, let's see what she does. Second serve coming. She goes kicked down the middle, really kind of a middling slice down the middle, and now we're rallying down the middle. Samsonova back to the forehand of Swiatek in the middle of the court, and this time it's Samsonova who gives forth the error, and Iga Swiatek has taken a 5-4 lead.
Swiatek leads by 5 games.
They'll change ends, and Ludmila Samsonova will serve to stay in the first set when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we are back on the first night session match of this Labor Day Monday night on US Open Radio. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call, Gil Gross with us at Louis Armstrong Stadium. All of you watching and listening on usopen.org, the US Open app, our YouTube channel, TuneIn, and SiriusXM Radio. And Ludmila Samsonova now serving with big pressure at 4-5 in the first set. No breaks of serve yet. Iga Swiatek awaits the second serve of Samsonova on the first point of this 10th game of the first set. Here comes the delivery. It clips the top of the net and stays in. So Samsonova will get another crack at a second serve. Swiatek will have another look at the Samsonova second serve. Here it is to the forehand of Iga. Down the middle of the court it goes. Samsonova lifts one high and deep to the Iga forehand, and now again forehand to forehand. Swiatek deep to the forehand, gets a backhand, brings it to the backhand of Samsonova, who slices it deep and long, and it's love 15.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. She needed to get her feet up to the ball and hit a topspin backhand here. Got to make the effort to do and to try to hit the best shot you have, and that's certainly not that slice. She's way too far from the ball. That's floating out.
It's going to be interesting because Samsonova, a lot of her strategy has been giving Iga not a ton of pace and not a ton of width. And Iga's made a lot of errors off the forehand side. Does she have the gumption to stick to that game plan with the set on the line? First serve into the forehand of Swiatek, and Samsonova pushes another forehand long, and it's love 30. Deep waters here for Samsonova, and she is blinking at the moment.
Very tentative again on that forehand. Needs to keep the tactic that got her to be so close in the set. That means really pounding the forehand of Swiatek down the middle. That worked out really well.
And now Swiatek's 2 points from the set. Samsonova goes for a big serve down the middle and misses. Now she has won 7 of her 10 second serve offerings so far, but this is the most pressurized serve that she has felt the entire set. Second serve, love 30, 4-5. Here we go. Samsonova into her motion. The second serve to the Iga backhand inside out to the forehand is Samsonova. Cross court, Iga runs it down on the forehand side, and Samsonova slices a backhand into the net, and just like that, the world number 1 has 3 set points.
Yeah, that's one of the worst games probably she played since the beginning of the match. Samsonova, unfortunately, really not doing what she needs to be doing to be able to stay close, and now facing those 3 set points, going to be very difficult mountain to climb.
Samsonova saved 2 break points earlier in the set, the first of which with her first and to date only ace of the match. She goes out wide to the Swiatek backhand, who blocks it into the Samsonova forehand, and Samsonova sends another forehand long. The unforced errors are mounting, and Iga Swiatek has taken the first set 6-4 from Ludmila Samsonova on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross inside Armstrong. All Aussie battle. Alex de Minaur, the 10 seed, against Jordan Thompson. And Thompson just had a tough service game at 1-all in the 4th, but he was able to get through it. It's actually gotten quite breezy out here, which has bothered Thompson a bit. Again, he's had to tough it out. He has been emotionally going through the ups and downs. Now we'll see if the lower-ranked Aussie is able to hang in here. It's his 2nd career major 4th round. The last one came 4 years ago right here at the US Open. Russ and Sophie.
That's Gil Gross, our eyes and ears on Louis Armstrong Stadium as Alex de Minaur and Jordan Thompson battle it out in the 4th set of their round of 16 matchup. Both Iga Swiatek and Ludmila Samsonova have left the court after the first set, which Iga won 6-4 in 46 minutes time. Sophie, it looked like Samsonova was there, and she was there the whole time until she wasn't there at all, and then she was just gone. Poof. The set just gone like that.
So close, and yet so far. And that is the problem. Yeah. You know, you're at 4-all, like, yes, you know, I'm in there. And then all of a sudden, just like that, she won 1 point after that and was broken at love. And that is painful. So now she's going to have to pretty much start all over again, put that set aside and say, let's start right now. And as you mentioned, both of them went to the changing room and bathroom right outside the court. There are one on the right, one on the left of Arthur Ashe when you step outside. And the good thing is that actually Iga Swiatek went there with her little notebook.
I don't know if it was a notebook or if she was reading a book like Jim Courier used to do.
Well, this is, you know, Osaka does it, and she has a lot of her stuff in there where, you know, the tactic is written and everything. And, you know, maybe she just wants to be out there as she's probably changing shirt or outfit, and just wanted to make sure that she's coming back right now with the book. Maybe it is a book. I don't know. Maybe it's a mental toughness book. Maybe it's how to win when you're not playing the greatest.
Well, if that's the book, she's following it to a T right now.
She's doing well.
My goodness, she missed so many forehands in the first set. What happened? Because Samsonova seemed to have a really good game plan going and then just kind of lost it.
Look, I mean, if you're going to have any chance to beat Iga Swiatek, you have to have her either not that day feeling good, which doesn't look like she doesn't feel good, or you have to really get it onto the forehand to create the unforced error and have the power also to overpower her on some shots. That's how you beat Iga Swiatek.
And I would say you have to have the gumption to do it when it matters most, too, because when it mattered most, 4 errors from Samsonova.
Yep, that's not going to cut it against the number 1 in the world, but it's a fresh start. It's a new start, and it's Swiatek serving here. Up a set, 6-4.
First game, second set, Iga Swiatek into her motion on the first serve in the far court, serving to Samsonova out wide to the forehand. Now Iga goes into the open court. That's serve +1. Great get from Samsonova. The problem is she can't get back into the court afterwards, and Iga just pokes it into the open court. It's 15-love.
Winner of this match is playing Pegula, who is probably having dinner or watching a little bit, but relaxing right now.
The American Pegula trying so hard, and American fans want so desperately for Pegula to get to that semi-final in a major.
Yeah, it'll be the first semi-final ever. She's tried, she's been in all quarterfinals, but just cannot make it past that.
And part of it's a tough draw when she gets an Iga Swiatek in the quarterfinals, and Samsonova misses a backhand wide. It's 15-love after a sort of a mid-sized rally, maybe 10 strokes in all there.
I'm curious to see if Swiatek is going to hit the second serve, if Samsonova is going to change tactic and move in to try to return that. Last 10 points, 9 out of 10 going the way of Swiatek. Ouch.
30-love. First game, second set. Serve down the tee, backhand into the net, and it's 40-love.
It keeps going. When it rains, it pours.
Samsonova's first service game of this second set is going to be telling, because she's going to be feeling that avalanche of pressure. Iga Swiatek's one of the best front runners in tennis. When she gets it going, she gets it going. She's won 10 of the last 11 points. Here are points for 1-love in the second set. Iga Swiatek into the net. Second serve coming. Samsonova not budging, moving back. In fact, another couple steps, Sophie, to return that second serve. And we'll see if she does anything with it. Kick serve to the backhand, and Samsonova goes down the line. Now Iga rolls a forehand cross court. Samsonova back to the point. Now Iga goes down the line and misses another forehand. All right, well, that looked a lot like the first set in some ways.
But it's been a while since she missed a forehand of that sort.
It's true. Iga buttoned it up when it mattered the most at the end of the first set. That's what the greats seem to do. The margins are so small. These players are so good that it always comes down to a point or two here or there. And Iga's been the best in the world at winning those points over the last few years on the WTA Tour. There's a reason why she's the world #1. First serve into the box, return not so much. Iga Swiatek holds at 15 and leads 1 game to love and a set to the good on Arthur Ashe Stadium against Ludmila Samsonova.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, a tough task for Samsonova. She doesn't find really more consistency, and now she's going to have to protect her serve. And that's going to be a bigger task, because I think that Swiatek's probably going to try to attack the second serve a little more, because probably a little bit of relaxation and after winning the first set, as they are on the changeover. Swiatek putting some cream and on her hand to try to stop from sweating, and the slippery hand on the racket. Now running to return.
It seems like there's always a new cream or some kind of powder. It's hard to keep your hands. Grigor Dimitrov was having all sorts of problems keeping his hands dry with that cream, which is probably the best thing out there right now, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't be using it. So that just tells you how sweaty these folks can get. All right, here comes Ludmila Samsonova. Down a set, love 1, second set, first serve to Iga Swiatek going to the backhand and long. So now Swiatek will have a look at the Samsonova second serve here in the second game of the second set in the first match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call. And here's Samsonova's second serve to the Swiatek forehand side, and it's long, and immediately Samsonova is under pressure. That's 5 straight points on her serve that she's lost on unforced errors, Sophie.
Yeah, she needs to find that first serve again. As my friend from Texas, hi guys, thank you for sending me text, and they're saying the same thing. First serve, that's the most important thing, to try to really protect your serve. It's not happening. It wasn't bad throughout the beginning of the first set, but then it got worse and worse. She was like close to 73% at one point, and now she's at 59% of first serve throughout the match. Not good enough. Got to be around 63 and up to have a good day at the office.
All right, second serve now that Swiatek will have a look at from Samsonova. Samsonova, remember, double faulted on the first point of this game. It's love 15. Here comes the second serve to the backhand of Swiatek. Cross-court return to the backhand. Backhand down the middle of the court from Iga. Now forehand to forehand. Iga goes back to the line. Backhand down the line. We go backhand to forehand from Samsonova to Swiatek, and the forehand error from the world number one more time as she tries to roll it cross court.
I still don't understand why she's not trying to go inside out with this. I mean, this is what's been going on. She's pulling that one. She's back. She's on her back foot. You have to take it earlier in front of you and traverse the ball a little more than the little flick of the wrist and the action of the elbow and forearm.
So here comes Ludmila Samsonova. It's 15 all. First serve to the forehand of Iga. Down the middle, the return and the forehand reply to the forehand of Iga. Swiatek forehand cross court. Swiatek forehand cross court again. A slice forehand to the backhand of Swiatek to the backhand of Samsonova. Backhand to backhand. Now Samsonova to the forehand of Iga. Back to the backhand of Samsonova. Iga down the line to the forehand of Samsonova. Iga down the line again to the forehand side, and Samsonova is stuck in the mud. She was leaning towards her backhand. Iga finds the open court, and it's 15-30.
And here's the perfect example of a player who likes to hit a backhand better than a forehand right now. The ball came down the middle. Guess what? She chooses to go around the ball to hit a backhand inside out, or instead of most players would have taken that with the forehand. But she feels her backhand a lot better than the forehand right now, and that is a good choice.
Those unforced error numbers don't lie for Iga Swiatek off the forehand side, and she can feel it as well. And now the serve to the forehand side of Iga is long, and Swiatek will have a look at a second serve at 15-30. Big pressure moment for Ludmila Samsonova. Down a set, down one love. It's 15-30. Second serve, she's looking at the world number one. Tosses it up, and here it comes to the backhand of Iga. Sends it cross court deep. Back to the backhand of Swiatek. Forehand to the forehand now of Swiatek cross court. And deep again from Samsonova. Two break point opportunities in the second game of the second set for the world number one.
This is really the worst start you can expect for Samsonova here. But again, Swiatek showing a rank here. Mental toughness, pretty amazing since 4-all in this first set. Solid.
Samsonova 15-40 now. Fought her way out of a love 30 and a 15-40 in the first set before dropping her serve at love to lose the set. Here's a break point again for Iga Swiatek. Forehand inside out to the Iga backhand. Deep to the forehand of Samsonova, but she's stuck. And Iga finds the angle on a backhand winner. And just like that, it's 2-love for the world number one in the second set.
Leads by 2 games to love.
It's getting harder and harder for Samsonova to hold. Back-to-back break from winning the first set at 4-5 and breaking Samsonova, and now another one here. This is a really bad start right now.
And the world number one's got to feel pretty good about her chances at the moment. Stepping to the line, up a set and 2-love on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Iga has been in the round of 16 3 times prior here at the US Open. Her record just 1-2. In fact, in Grand Slam's lifetime, Iga is 3-4 when winning the first set in a round of 16. Here's her first serve to the middle of the net. Now, I don't know what the stats are when she's up a set and a break in the round of 16.
That's probably even more scary.
I would think.
As also known as scarier.
Yes. Second serve coming from Swiatek. First point of the third game into the backhand of Samsonova. Down the middle of the court, Iga just cracks a backhand winner. And Samsonova does not have the pep in her step that she had in the first step at all. In fact, it looks like her confidence has been dented just a little bit.
Yeah, it's like the level has been completely off. I mean, it was kind of similar at first at 4-all, and then since then, it's like, you know, somebody is like dipping down and somebody is really putting way, way above the margin, and just Swiatek too easy right now. A 7th backhand winner of the match so far.
First serve at 15-love, and it's off the top of the net. So Iga Swiatek will have another crack at a first serve, up 6-4, 2-love, 15-love to the 16 seed Ludmila Samsonova. The 2022 US Open champ won this event, the only other time she advanced past the round of 16 here. And Iga puts her first serve into the net, so she'll have a second serve at 15-love. As we reach the hour mark here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is the first match of the night. Women's singles, 4th round action. We got a men's round of 16 match coming up after this. Swiatek's second serve to the backhand of Samsonova, back to the backhand of Iga. Now down the line to the Iga forehand goes Samsonova. Now down the line to the Iga backhand and into the net. Samsonova comes and knocks off a backhand volley. It's 15-all.
Well, maybe changing a little bit the tactic. She's finding herself in a bind, not being able to win many points from the baseline. So why not trying to come forward? She does have an excellent volley, and she's showing off here with that backhand volley down the line. Absolutely magnificent from the racket of Samsonova. Good on her. See if she can do it again.
One of the most well-constructed points of the night for the 16 seed. Brings us to 15-all. Swiatek into her motion for the first serve, out wide to the forehand of Samsonova, and that's a return long, and it's 30-15.
Fabulous placement of that serve. The white short angle, the slider, something that right-handed player can do on the deuce side, lefty on the left side, on the ad side, I should say. You're a lefty, right?
I am a lefty.
Yeah, you have an advantage.
Yes, I do.
Huge advantage in tennis. Look,
I have many disadvantages too. But
I saw Draper playing today, and every time he was down 30-40 with his serve, slider wide and bye-bye. That's a huge advantage.
6'5" lefty. Pretty good. Ben Shelton knows how it feels to have that kind of advantage too.
Yeah, it's amazing how big it is. I had my same thing today against Wozniacki when she was in trouble, finding that slider wide on ad point. Let me explain the advantage, because some people might not understand.
Yeah.
In tennis, the most important points are the game points. We agree with that.
Yes.
Because if you win that next point, you win the game. And 3 out of those game points I played on the ad side, the love 40, the 30-40, and all the ad points. Only 1 is played on the deuce side, the 15-40 or 40-15. And that makes the difference. So if you have a kid that is lefty, let it be.
Iga Swiatek serve out wide and a backhand into the open court that clips the line. It's 40-30 and a point for 3-love now in the second set.
And again, the ball coming right at her body. She chooses Swiatek to get around it and hit a backhand. 99% of the players will go the other way to hit a forehand. That's her strength.
Iga's first serve at 40-30 is into the net. And the second serve coming at 2-love in the second. Swiatek already took the first 6 games to 4. She's on a roll now. Iga Swiatek looking to take a 3-love lead in set number 2. Second serve to the backhand of Samsonova, and she just puts it right into the net, does Samsonova. And Iga Swiatek is flying high right now, up a set 3-love on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Let's check in on the goings-on on Louis Armstrong with our guy Gil Gross. Gil, what's happening with the Demon and Jordan Thompson?
Well, Demon's trying to make a push here. He was actually down an early break in the 4th. Another surprising lapse in concentration. Missed a pretty easy midcourt forehand and double faulted to give the breakaway, but he got it right back, and he's starting to make a lot of low returns on Thompson's serve and volley and on his approach shots in general. It's very difficult for Jordan to hit through Alex outright, so it's really important that he's earning himself easy volleys, and that's how he's finishing points, but he's struggling to find those opportunities here. And he comes, that's a high backhand volley right at de Minaur. Backhand overhead tucked into the corner for a winner, so he was able to get it done that time. But Thompson, a lot of it has been about his forehand and the performance off of that wing. It's been a little bit up and down so far.
All right, so that brings us to what, 30-all at 3-all?
That's right.
All right, hang with us, because Iga and Samsonova are still sitting down on Ashe. So why don't you call this 30-all point here at 3-all in the 4th? Key moment here. Gil Gross on the call.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gil Gross will speak quietly because he's courtside. Just a reminder on that. But Thompson's first serve, popped down the tee. He's got a short forehand, takes it inside out for the winner.
That was a beautiful one. Great serve, too.
He really hits his spots, especially on the tee serve, and he gets good slider action.
All right, Gil, we're giving you one more point as the players come back onto the court as Iga leaves 3-love in the second set on Arthur Ashe Stadium, but this is a game point for Jordan Thompson. So bring us through here, or at least through the end of this point, and then we'll pick it up back on Ashe after this.
Absolutely. Thompson's hoping for 4-3 here. First serve is a let up the tee. Thompson has this hybrid serve, right?
I know, I was just going to say that. I'm like, he really bends low before. It's very strange. Like, I'm going to serve to you.
It's true.
Watch out.
It's true. The knee bend comes a lot earlier than most players. It comes before the toss. And another thing, Sophie, it's almost in between a platform and a pinpoint. Keeps his legs really close together, but not all the way together as he misses the first serve up the tee.
He plays on a narrow platform then.
It's a very narrow platform. That's really well put, Russ.
Thanks, man.
de Minaur, always bouncy before the return of serve. Such an energetic player. Second serve, high backhand de Minaur up the middle. Thompson forehand flies just long, so he can't get out of the game. It's deuce at 3-all in the fourth, and we'll go back to you, Russ.
All right, thanks a lot, Gil. We'll come back to you for an update on what's going on. 3-all in the fourth on Louis Armstrong Stadium, and deuce between Alex de Minaur and Jordan Thompson. Meanwhile, Samsonova continues to capitulate. It's love 3, love 30 now on her serve, and Iga can smell blood.
Well, she's minus 13 as far as unforced serve versus winners. Samsonova, she can't get through Swiatek right now. 18-4 so far for 5 winners only in this match. That's not going to cut it against the #1 player in the world. First serve long. Love 3 down, a set down. Love 30. Second serve coming from the racket of Samsonova.
Samsonova is bouncing the ball interminably. This is like Novak Djokovic 2012 type stuff going on there. And it worked. Iga got cold, waiting for the second serve to come. Samsonova put it into the body. Iga didn't even move. It's like she had, had a momentary lapse of reason there. And it's 15-30. Still in trouble is the number 16 seed, who've both played up to their seeds so far. Here we are in the 4th round. And Samsonova to the backhand of Swiatek, returned down the middle, and just one of the ugliest forehands we've seen all match.
Well, ugly because it missed by so much cross court, but
yeah, that's
well,
exactly why.
Technically, it wasn't that. It was a bad. She just pulled it so far.
She was so far out in front of it, and it looked.
First of all, she's righty, so why are you showing me some lefty stuff?
Because you don't want to see.
It was the other way.
All right, fine.
just make it right at least, Ross.
Okay, fine.
See, you could never be a teacher. As a teacher, you always have.
Would I have to be righty if I was a teacher?
No, but you have to show righty.
Oh, well, I would say mirror my stroke.
No, you don't want to do that. It's very difficult mentally.
That's how Phil Mickelson, one of the great golfers of all time,
learned
his game by mirroring his dad. Samsonova, a big forehand winner cross court.
There you go. You like that one better, right?
That was a lot better.
Yep. So she stayed with it. Didn't pull with her body to the left at impact, and that stayed within the court. It's a rare winner.
She did a really good job moving her body forward into that forehand.
Right.
Got the pace, and it's still 30-40. A chance for Swiatek to take a 4-love lead in the second set, but at least Samsonova can feel good about the last winner she hit. She'll need another good point here to get out of this service game. First serve at 30-40 into the Swiatek forehand, and Iga pushes it wide. That was well done into the body.
Well, thank you very much for
respect to both players. Please remain
this
quiet
mistake.
during the service and motion. Thank you.
Sharon Pryor is asking for the crowds to not really make any noise during first and second and during the point, but good luck with that too. This is New York.
Kelly Rask from Great Britain is our chair umpire. And here's the first serve into the body of Iga, who fends it off, and in comes Samsonova. She really had no choice. Forehand volley. Iga throws up a lob. Samsonova knocks off an overhead.
Yep. She's now 4 for 6 coming forward to the net. 2 for 2 in this set after that backhand down the line volley that she hit earlier. Yet to get on the scoreboard. She needs it right here.
It's a good job from Samsonova. She had no choice really to come in, and she had to absorb from Iga first before she was able to put the overhead away. And she looked really competent. As you said, she's comfortable at the front of the court. Samsonova, first serve to the forehand of Iga, who loops it high to the forehand of Samsonova. Now Iga rolls one wide, and Samsonova looks to go down the line. Maybe trying to end that point too quickly, but put it in the net.
I agree. Needs a little bit more patience, especially what worked earlier in that first set was on that kind of shot. She would go directly down the middle, hard to the forehand of Swiatek. That was a good tactic. This time she tried to go down the line for the winner, going broke. And she broke.
We haven't seen that tactic since really deep in the middle of the first set. It kind of went away when Samsonova got tight, and she hasn't been able to get back to it yet. Iga missed so many forehands in the first set. That's not happening now because the points look different.
Yeah, and she's also going around the forehand to hit backhands.
On purpose, you're right.
Yep.
Good adjustment from Swiatek, and she's able to do that as well. Second serve coming at deuce. Now, already a good job from Samsonova to save a couple of break points, but she's not out of the woods yet. Second serve deuce. Iga still in her traditional spot about 2 feet behind the baseline to return the second serve. Deep to the forehand of Samsonova. Samsonova deep to the forehand of Iga. Now a forehand from Iga to the backhand of Samsonova, who cracks it down the line for a winner.
Such easy stroke.
Advantage.
As you said, I mean, she's just so calm when she hit that ball down the line with her backhand. It's money right there. I remember Djokovic, every time that she used to play and hit backhands down the line, we all were saying, hey, here comes a payment for the mortgage again, because that was her bread and butter.
All right, game point now for Samsonova. To the forehand of Iga on the first serve. Reply to the backhand of Samsonova. Back to the backhand of Iga. Now in the middle of the court, Iga rolls it to the forehand of Samsonova. Wide to the forehand of Swiatek. And Samsonova pushes the forehand long, trying to reach the backhand side of Iga Swiatek, and it's back to deuce.
Yeah, that's not the right forehand again. Just a little bit floating. You almost feel like she didn't really accelerate through impact. She knows it. Disappointment for Samsonova, trying to get on the board still. Love 3 is set down here against the #1 player in the world, Iga Swiatek.
Fighting through a service game that's approaching 7 minutes in length. Samsonova down a set and love 3. It's deuce. First serve down the tee. Didn't miss by much, but it did miss long. Samsonova had a quick look up. Maybe she thought maybe she might see exactly how long that went. She didn't ask for the replay. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Second serve coming. Love 3 deuce. Swiatek waiting. Here comes Samsonova again. The bouncing and the bouncing and the bouncing. And here we go into her motion. Second serve to the backhand of Swiatek. Fights it off inside out. Now Iga's got a down the line opening. She goes there. Samsonova pulls the backhand wide. And it's another break point chance for the world #1.
She's in big trouble right here, going down a break again. That would be double breakdown. Very, very difficult situation here.
Third breakpoint opportunity for Iga Swiatek in this game. It was 15-40. Samsonova's had a couple of chances to just win the game and get on the board. Hasn't been able to pull it off. And here's another opportunity for the world #1 to take a 4-love lead in the second set. Kick her out to the backhand of Swiatek into the middle of the court. Samsonova goes cross court into the open court and lets the Iga passing shot sail deep. And we are back to deuce.
Well, the first serve is helpful there. I mean, she's at 53% of first serve in this set. That is really low. Not that Swiatek is much above that in the set at 55%, but still for Samsonova, she needs to have more first serves in the box right now.
Deuce. First serve to the backhand of Swiatek, to the backhand of Samsonova, who gets stuck.
Advantage.
Doesn't move her feet and puts it into the net, and another break chance for Swiatek.
I guess it didn't matter there. Failed to put that backhand back in the court. This is a long game, almost 9 minutes here for both players, and Samsonova still not really having a chance to hold fourth break point.
All right, here comes Samsonova. First serve on break point down at love 3, and that's long and wide. Swiatek doesn't change her positioning at all between first and second serve return, at least not in the ad court, not this time. Samsonova again, back to the bouncing. And here we go, into her motion. Second serve, break point down again, and a double fault. A double fault from Ludmila Samsonova. Her third of the match, second of the set. And the rout continues. It's 4-love in set 2 for the world #1. Iga Swiatek won the first set 6-4, and she's 2 games away now from the final 8 at the 2024 US Open. It is getting late early here in the third.
Yeah, we have Haddad Maia, who's going to play against Muchova. Muchova played against Paolini. What a match that was today for Muchova. I mean, she played so well. It was so impressive.
Who do you favor in that round, quarterfinal?
I mean, I think Muhova is going to come through. I really do. I think that she's just gifted of having so many variety in her game, and you know, I think that that's going to be her way to get to the semifinals here. Sabalenka against Zhang. It's going to be also a very interesting match, to say the least. And Navarro against Badosa. How about Badosa coming back onto the front foot of the women's tennis game? That's lovely to see after really being injured for most of the part of last year and not being able to play. She wasn't even sure she could come back to play.
The speed of Swiatek wins her the first point of this 5th game. Samsonova went to the dropper. Iga ran it down and came up with a reply with such a sharp angle that Samsonova couldn't hang.
Yeah, she had the volley, Samsonova, but unfortunately couldn't control it. One out. You're right about the speed of Swiatek. One of a kind.
First serve in, return long. It's 30-love, and very quickly things are getting ugly.
Swiatek will be the youngest player to reach the milestone of 100 women's singles Grand Slam men draw match today since Victoria Azarenka in 2012. So she's again making history.
Iga Swiatek, 4-love, 30-love. Second set took the first 6-4. First serve into the net. Second serve coming. Iga Swiatek is not one to give up big leads. In fact, she usually extends them from what we've seen.
She's a good closer.
And it is closing time here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. 30-love second serve. Samsonova just loops the forehand back into play. Iga's playing backhand to backhand. Samsonova goes to the forehand and back to the forehand of Samsonova and into the net. It's 40-love.
I think this could be a 14th bagel of the year for Iga Swiatek in 2024. She already has 13. She had 23 in 2023 and 22 in 2022.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so.
She's got a lot of work to get to 24, I'll tell you that.
She does, but you know.
I mean, that was what she was trending there. First serve down the tee, return down the middle, and an open court winner off the forehand side for Ludmila Samsonova. So not quite done yet here on the Swiatek serve.
And in contrast, you know what the last time was when she lost herself a set 6-love?
Oh, I can't even know.
You have to go back to
2018?
June 2021
Okay.
at Eastbourne. That was against Kazakhtina.
Wow.
2021.
Fascinating.
That's what I do when I can't sleep.
I wouldn't think Kazakhtina would be the one to do that with her
on
serve.
Grass. Yeah. On grass.
Grass helps. Iga holds. It's 5-love in the second set. Iga Swiatek is rolling Ludmila Samsonova. We'll be right back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. One minute and 18 seconds into our first match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. This final round of 16 match in the women's draw, and Iga Swiatek leads Ludmila Samsonova 6-4 and 5-love. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call on US Open Radio. Thank you so much to all of you watching us from coast to coast. Uncle Phil out in San Francisco watching with the family reunion, checking in.
And Carol is not watching, but she's listening.
All right,
tell you
Carol,
that
hello
much.
to you too.
Yes.
It's great to have everyone along. The numbers have been amazing, actually, and just growing throughout the week. It's so much fun for us to bring this to you on the YouTube channel and on usopen.org and the US Open app and TuneIn and SiriusXM. And we really appreciate you guys listening in and watching. We love seeing all the comments. I love getting all the texts and all the stuff on social media. And we really appreciate all the positivity out there as we call tennis here at the 2024 US Open. Gil Gross is on Louis Armstrong Stadium. He's keeping us up to date on what's happening between Alex de Minaur and Jordan Thompson. Meanwhile, Ludmila Samsonova took the first point and just put a forehand into the net on the second point. It's 15-all. Iga Swiatek now 3 points away from the quarterfinals at the 2024 US Open. Samsonova has only put 50% of the returns in play in this set. Iga 92%. She's making Samsonova play.
13.
That time, Samsonova was able to induce the error off the return.
Finally.
But really, since I'd say the last game of the first set, when Samsonova made 4 errors, the pressure has just been suffocating for the world number 16. Samsonova has played a terrible set of tennis, and a lot of that has to do with how Iga Swiatek hasn't allowed her any air, I would suggest.
Just playing so tightly, you know, when it counts the most.
Really impressive to see the world number 1 not even necessarily at her best and still playing so efficiently. Second serve to the backhand, deep return down the middle. It's 15-30. Now Samsonova went big hard down the middle. That opened up the court for an inside-out forehand winner.
14.
And it's 40-15.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shank from that forehand. That's why it landed really short from Swiatek, again because of the depth of Samsonova, and finally getting some joy here. Samsonova with the 6th winner of the set for 10 altogether in the match, and a total of 23 unforced.
Iga returns the first serve down the middle, and Samsonova, that's the second ball long.
That would be 24 unforced now. So, yeah, that's way too many.
The joy was fleeting. And now it's 40-30. Still a point to get on the board here in the second set. Nobody likes to be bageled. Nobody wants to see a 0 next to their name. So Samsonova looking to save a little bit of face and keep herself in this match and in the tournament. But Swiatek's going to have a look at his second serve after the first serve hits the top of the net. Second serve coming from Samsonova. The bouncing continues. The bouncing and the bouncing and the bouncing. And finally into the windup she goes, and here comes the second serve. Iga's backhand return to the backhand of Samsonova, and Samsonova again with another error off the ground early in the rally, and it's deuce.
I feel like the bagel is rising in the oven.
After seeing that point, I was thinking of a French term. It was déjà vu. I feel like I've seen that.
Déjà vu, very good.
All right, so it's deuce now at love 5 in the second. Samsonova serving in the far court. First serve to the Iga forehand. Swiatek puts it down the middle. Samsonova bends it off with the forehand. Now she goes forehand deep to the forehand side of Swiatek. That forehand from Samsonova caught the back of the baseline, and it forced the error from Iga.
Yep. Still coming from the forehand side of Iga. That's where most of those unforced errors came throughout the night, especially in the first set. And another chance to get on the board for Samsonova.
6-4, 5-love to the world number 1. Game point for Samsonova.
Nice.
Looks for a big first serve down the tee. Finds the top of the net. We go again. Samsonova into her service motion, and a first serve to the backhand of Iga, to the backhand and down the line. Samsonova is on the board. The backhand down the line has been the kill shot for Samsonova. She just hasn't had enough of them. And now Iga is going to serve for the match with new balls.
Yeah, good on her to be able to hold that serve. Now changing rackets, both players going to tighter tension on their racket as the new balls are being served by the ball crew.
Can I ask, I have a question, because it would seem to me that Iga actually would be one of the players that wouldn't benefit from new balls as much, because she likes having time, and the new balls tend to go through the air and through the court faster. I would think that look, Iga serving with new balls on the serve, it's going to help. But during the point, I would think Iga actually would kind of like fluffier balls that bounce up because she likes that extra second on her. Look, it hasn't affected her in this game.
She does and she doesn't. She also wants to, she also can put a little bit of humph and power behind her shot. So I think that she can deal well with it. I mean, if you're playing somebody like Sabalenka, and Sabalenka is going to start serving with new balls, it's going to be more painful.
Yeah.
But in all, I think, yeah, it probably helps more players than Swiatek to have new balls, especially like a Sabalenka or Samsonova.
Yeah. Although it helped Iga on that first serve because it got really fast onto the racket of Samsonova, forced the error, and it's 15 love. All right, second serve coming at 15 love. Iga Swiatek's been right there at the precipice. Hasn't gotten over the line just yet. Samsonova's hanging around. Now we're into a backhand rally, and Iga misses a backhand into the net.
15 all.
Haven't seen a whole lot of backhand errors, but there's one.
Hasn't been that many. Everything is coming more from the forehand side. Only 3 backhand unforced errors really from Swiatek throughout this match. That's not much. 14 from the forehand.
First serve at 15 all into the forehand of Samsonova. That's blocked long, but the serve is long. So second serve coming for Iga Swiatek at 5-1, 15 all, second set. Swiatek looking to advance to the quarterfinals for the second time at a US Open. The last time was 2022. That's the year she won it. Iga's serve to the forehand of Samsonova. Samsonova deep return to the forehand of Iga. And now a big blast forehand from Samsonova. Maybe she's relaxing down 5-1. Whatever it is, that was a fine looking point.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but she attacked the second serve. She got closer into the court, attacked the second serve. That gave her a really slower ball off the racket of Swiatek. It was a bit pushed off the returner serve and opportunities. Bit maybe too late for this.
15-30. Iga Swiatek's big first serve down the tee
30.
induces the error off the racket of Samsonova. Samsonova's had some moments where she looks in control, some moments where that backhand is just beautifully struck down the line. But in totality, Iga Swiatek's overall excellence has won the day. It's 30 all at 5-1, second set. Swiatek 2 points from the quarterfinals. A big first serve down the tee, return to the forehand of Iga, cross court to the forehand of Samsonova. Now Iga goes down the line. Samsonova tries to flatten out a backhand cross court. Into the net it goes, and Iga Swiatek has a match point. Deep breath from the world number one. Tugs down on the visor of her cap. 1, 2, 3 bounces, stops again and bounces twice once more. First serve coming at 6-4, 5-1, 40-30. Match point. First serve is long. Iga grabs the second ball out of her waist, of her skirt. Now more bounces, second serve coming. Match point. Iga looks up, chair umpire asks the crowd to be quiet. Second serve, match point, 6-4, 5-1, 40-30. Swiatek delivers to Samsonova's backhand, cross-court return to the backhand, and Iga goes into the middle of the net.
But again, did you see what Samsonova did?
Inside the baseline to return the second serve of Iga Swiatek.
If only that would have been the tactic at 4-all, I'm telling you. When Swiatek was serving, that could have been a different in that first set.
All right, so Iga fails to finish off Samsonova on a match point. So deuce we go, and that's an ace down the tee. Third of the match, first of the set for Iga Swiatek. And a little skip in her step as she goes back to grab another ball. And trying for one more blast of energy from the world number one to send her into the final 8 at the 2024 US Open. Match point number 2. Here comes the first serve from Iga Swiatek. Ludmila Samsonova awaits from beyond the baseline, and that ball is beyond the service line. It's a fault, so a second serve for Iga Swiatek. Swiatek. 4 bounces into her motion. Here we go. Second serve, second match point. To the forehand of Samsonova, down the middle to the backhand of Swiatek. Now cross court to the backhand of Samsonova. Backhand to backhand. Iga goes deep to the backhand side. Off the top of the net, Iga's coming into the forehand. Into the net she goes. Forehand volley up the line. Samsonova's got a backhand pass, and she just misses it wide. And that'll do it. 1 hour and 29 minutes in. The world #1 is into the quarterfinals of the US Open for the second time in her career.
Well, I can tell you that she's probably relieved here. It was not a bagel, but it was a breadstick, and very happy to come through this match in 2 sets. I have to say that that first set was pretty close, wasn't playing the best, and Samsonova probably missed out on one tactical point, was to attack the second serve of Swiatek, especially at 4-all in the first set, where they were so neck and neck. But in all, it is now her 59th win of the season for Swiatek, for only 7 losses. You mentioned that she was not having as good of a year. I think that not as good, but probably at the majors. You're right. You're right.
So
well, she did win. She did win one.
She did. She did. She hasn't had the consistent success in the majors this year.
That's true.
That is an absolute truth.
And the people that she lost to altogether, I mean, the Australian Open was a shock with Noskova loss, and then Kalinskaya in Dubai, Miami, Alexandrova, and then she lost to Elena Rybakina in Stuttgart, Wimbledon. That was, for me, in a way, something very shocking, but not so shocking against Yulia Puntsteva when you think about Wimbledon being not really her surface.
All right, let's listen in. Renee Stubbs with Iga Swiatek on the court after her win.
Well, Iga, first of all, congratulations through to another quarterfinal here at the US Open. I know you're a perfectionist, so take me through that match, because it was pretty spectacular tonight.
Well, at the beginning, I felt like we were playing kind of men's style, you know, just holding our serves. But I knew that if I'm gonna keep pushing, I may get some chances to break Ludmila. So that happened in the last game of the first set, and I'm happy that I was there to close it. And in a second, I was leading. And I just wanted to, keep being focused, not let my mind drift off. So I'm basically happy with the whole performance.
Yeah, throughout this tournament, I feel like you've gotten better and better every match. Do you feel like you're becoming more and more confident and comfortable, particularly out here on Ash, this particular tournament?
Yes, for sure. At the beginning, it wasn't easy to get the rhythm, especially because we kind of put our focus more on recovery than actually, practicing before the slams. So I'm happy that I got some matches here, and I, for sure, am feeling better and better every day.
In your next matchup, you play an American, so it's going to be a little bit of a different atmosphere for you out in this particular court. You play against Jess Pegula. Just your thoughts. You know how well she can play. You've had some terrific matches with her in the past. Just give us your thoughts on playing Jess.
Yeah, we also played here 2 years ago, so against Jessie is never easy. She has a pretty tricky game style, so you have to really work low on your legs and be ready for longer rallies, but also for some intense hitting. So, yeah, she's a great player, so for sure it's going to be a challenge.
Now, unfortunately, Jason has gone back inside the suite, but I hear that you're a fairly big Ted Lasso fan, and he is here tonight, but he's decided to go to the bar, it looks like. But are there any favorite parts about Ted Lasso that you take onto the tennis court with the believe and all that stuff?
Well, just the positivity. I mean, it's a totally different sport, because there it's all about, team spirit. Here a little bit as well with my team, but obviously we're alone on the court. I actually tried to avoid looking at the screens, but I saw him tonight when I was looking at the chair umpire. I saw through her. So yeah, I wanted to just stay focused, and I hope he appreciates my mentality, because this is what Ted Lasso is all about. So I hope he enjoys, though, and he's not working right now on a, I don't know, new series or something.
Iga, guess what? I know what suite he's in, so we can go visit him together. Well done tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Iga Swiatek into the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open with a 6-4, 6-1 win over Ludmila Samsonova. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiak, we had the call in this match, and what we're looking forward to now with Iga is a rematch of the last time and the only time Iga's been in the quarterfinals here. When she won it in 2022, she had to get through Jessica Pegula in the quarters. She did in straight sets, in 2 tight sets. How do you handicap their match coming up, the rematch of that quarterfinal?
Yeah, it was a 6-3, 7-6 for Iga. I mean, I have to say that those guys know each other so well. That's going to be the 10th time that they play each other overall throughout their career. I think that the crowd is going to be there to help Pegula. I think that Pegula is playing some great tennis, very big confidence. I think she needs to really be aggressive on the second serve of Swiatek. She has one of the best return in the game. The last time they played was in the 2023 WTA final that was in Cancun under conditions that I cannot even mention as bad as they were. Was hurricane weather, so I wouldn't even go with that. I think it was more important to think about the 2023 final, semi-final in Montreal, where Pegula won 6-4 in the third. And on this court that is semi-fast, I think both of them can apply their game. It's just to find out if Jessica Pegula is going to be able to herself, go through a little bit of Swiatek, but the serves are going to be important, the returner serves especially.
We saw today that Iga is susceptible to some deep power.
Especially to the forehand, we saw it.
And Jessica is
Just
really good at that. She's beaten Iga 3 times
and
before.
I'm sure Mark Knowles and Mark have been watching this and saying, you know what, this is working as a tactic. You're going to have to really try to apply that.
Okay, so our match is done. First match on Ash as we await the second match with the world number 1, Jannik Sinner, and American Tommy Paul. That's the second match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. We still have drama going on Louis Armstrong next door. They are deep into the 4th set, the 2 Aussies, the 10-seed Alex de Minaur, Jordan Thompson, they're playing. Gil Gross is right next to the court. Gil, what is going on right now on Armstrong?
De Minaur serving for the match at 6-5, but I got to take you back to 4-all. Demon had love 40, Thompson serving, lost all 3 points. Total gut punch for Alex. He just got right back on the horse like he always does. He doesn't get negative. And then he broke in the next Thompson service game at 5-all. What Jordan's been doing all match long, he's been making good first serves. He's been coming forward. Just a couple of major mistakes at the net did him in. You wouldn't believe the overhead he missed at 30-all, 5-all. It was as easy as it gets, and he shanked it. It's very windy in here, so that's probably why. Then de Minaur made a great backhand pass down the line at deuce. And then another big mistake by Thompson, forehand volley, bluffed long on the break point. So now de Minaur, he's double faulted in this 6-5 game, but it is 30-all. He's 2 points away from his 3rd major quarterfinal of the year.
Alex de Minaur with an ace down the tee. And the 10-seed has a match point against Jordan Thompson. 130 down the tee, Gil. Bringing the heat, the Demon.
Wow.
And that's what he's improved in his game. That is why he's had so much success in 2024.
His coach said, give him the heater. And he brought it. Match point now for Alex de Minaur. Big serve into the forehand of Jordan Thompson. It's shanked wide.
3 sets to 1.
And Alex de Minaur is into the quarterfinals of the 2024 U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's very, very impressive from Alex de Minaur. Again, he was out for 7 months with a hip injury, and to see him back and playing this kind of tennis, it's pretty incredible. I mean, you think about, mentally, obviously he's the freshest of all those players because he hasn't been playing that much, but the body is taking definitely a toll when you haven't played that much in match play. It's one thing to practice, but match play is just not at all close to what the feeling is. So well done for him.
Well done for the Aussie on the men's side. Well done for the world number 1 on the women's side. Iga Swiatek in our first match of the night on Arthur Ashe Stadium takes out Ludmila Samsonova 6-4, 6-1. It is time for me, Russ Thaler, and Sophie Amiak to cede the desk, if you will. We appreciate you watching on our YouTube channel, usopen.org, the US Open app, TuneIn app, and Sirius XM Radio. Thank you so much for all of you watching us, but we've got more tennis.
Yes, we do. Stay with us.
Stay with us on US Open Radio. The A-team's coming in to call Sinner and Tommy Paul next after this.
Welcome to the 2024 U.S. Open, the next chapter of spectacular.
And a pleasant good evening. Welcome in as we get you prepared for Jannik Sinner and Tommy Paul coming up here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Mike Cation joined by Mark Lucero. Great to be with you in your new USC gear. I mean, you got to represent.
Big game last night. Big win over the LSU Tigers. Excited to join the Big Ten, Mike?
Yeah, I'm still not used to that. That's a different story for another time, a podcast maybe. Mark, this one here, obviously so much of the talk about Jannik Sinner has been about off the court. What have you seen in his 3 wins so far? Is there any hope for Tommy Paul here tonight, the way that Sinner has played here so far in New York?
I think there's hope for everybody with Alcaraz out, with Djokovic out. I think everybody left in the draw feels this is a tournament that they can win, provided that they bring their A games on that specific day against any given opponent. For Sinner, I think there have been glimpses for the draw and moments where he's been vulnerable and maybe not as sharp. It started in the first day with Mackie McDonald.
Right.
He showed kind of a way to take it to him. Mackie McDonald likes to take balls early, likes to get into net. These courts allow for that and facilitate that style of play. So I actually look for something similar from Tommy Paul tonight.
It's a pretty interesting matchup. They have played 3 times prior. Tommy did get one on the grass in Eastbourne a couple years ago, winning that one 6-3 in the third. The last matchup was in Canada last year with Sinner winning 4-4. The big difference, I think, for me in watching Jannik this year is just the incredible improvement he's made with his serve.
The serve, it's funny, the first time I kind of noticed the serve change, whenever they did it, I ran to Darren Cahill, and I said, Darren, it looks a lot like John Isner's serve. And he's like, funny, we watched a lot of John Isner video when we were kind of redoing it. It's one of the things we wanted to sort of, we wanted to make an example out of the way he brings his foot up and gets into that pinpoint position and just the simple flow to the serve.
We are just a couple of moments away from pre-match interviews with Jannik Sinner and Tommy Paul. On the other side, let's talk a little bit about Tommy, the 27-year-old living in Florida but born in New Jersey. 8-6 here at the U.S. Open over the years, looking for his first ever quarterfinal in his home slam. Solid wins for him over Sonego, Purcell, and Diallo, but that Diallo match was a bit of an adventure.
Tough match, physical match. Diallo, obviously a lot of firepower. He brings a lot of things to the table that are pretty actually fun to watch. I think he plays a really exciting style of tennis. I think like Tommy's benefited from being almost the last one in his group to sort of accomplish each sort of stage, and it's been kind of a gradual progression. Brad Stein, Franco Herrero, like his fitness coach, Hugo Armando, who does a lot of the heavy lifting in Florida when Brad Stein's not there. They have a full team effort really working towards everything, and not to mention his physio and Sebastian, the Bear. It's a team effort, and I think having the bases covered by quality people has really served him well.
All right, James Blake is doing the interviews. Looks like Tommy Paul is going to be joining him first.
Playing a night match on Ashe. Can you put into words what you think this feeling is going to be when you step out there?
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be electric. I've watched plenty of these matches, and I'm just excited to get out there.
Does it give you any confidence knowing that you have already a win over Jannik Sinner before? Does it help with the game plan going into this?
Yeah, I mean, we played quite a few times, but he's been playing great tennis, and I feel like I have too. So I'm excited to go put it to the test.
Well, good luck out there, Tommy.
Thanks.
And now we await the number 1 in the world, Australian Open champion Jannik Sinner. Jannik, you keep drawing Americans. How do you feel like the crowd has been for you, and how have you dealt with the American crowd so far?
Yeah, I like it. Look, it's obviously a huge pleasure and honor to play night sessions here. So let's see what's coming. Hopefully, it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, you've played Tommy a few times before. How do you feel like the matchup goes for you?
Yeah, tough one. I mean, he's playing some of the best tennis throughout the whole year. So it's going to be a tough one, tough test, tough challenge. But I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, it's going to be a good match.
Well, good luck out there, Jannik.
All right, so the two competitors about to get introduced onto Arthur Ashe Stadium. Obviously, the American heading out there first to the sounds of the Beastie Boys once again. Here comes Tommy Paul.
New York, please welcome the players for tonight's 4th round match. from the United States, world number 14, Tommy Paul. From Italy, Australian Open champion and the #1 player in the world, Jannik Sinner.
So our two players have made their way out onto Arthur Ashe Stadium. We were talking a little bit about Tommy Paul there, and you mentioned his physio, Franco. The athleticism that he's able to display has always been there, Mark. You know, as you know, I've been at the Challengers with him for many years, and unfortunately a few too many years at that stage. But the athleticism was never the question. But now just that ability to use that athleticism for more offensive-minded capability. How do you do that against Jannik Sinner here tonight?
Yeah, it's funny. I think you're touching on the difference between the improvisational athleticism or just the free-flowing natural athleticism versus like the trained and the heightened and this primed athleticism. Yeah, he's got to take balls early. He's got to transition to net. He's got to put pressure on Sinner. He's got to find ways to use that footwork as a weapon, and it's going to be by trying to really put Sinner on the back foot versus letting Sinner get his feet set and attack the Paul backhand corner early in rallies.
It's interesting because I talked to Brad Stein earlier today, actually, and he said that they are anticipating, after watching Tommy struggle with the forehand a little bit in that Diallo match, that they were anticipating he's going to want to stay in that forehand to forehand trade a little bit. That's kind of what they're, you know, it's one of those counter-punching kind of a situations.
Yeah,
but
you know what I'm going to do, and
yeah,
so your
right.
adjustment to my adjustment.
It's exactly right, that metagame, but they're anticipating a little bit more in the forehand to forehand trade.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny. When you talk to the consultants who do the stats, who do the advanced stats, there are a number of these groups who do that. They actually, besides like the first, I'll call it like the basic level scouting report, they will also provide a second level scouting report. Well, like if we know that they work with another company, we expect them to do this. And so this is going to be your adjustment to that. Yeah.
Which is, now you're starting to talk about chess, right? And then you're
exactly.
going to 4 different levels. For Tommy Paul, 38-14 this year, titles in Dallas and Queens. On the other side, Jannik Sinner, second most wins on the ATP Tour this year, 51. In fact, he has as many titles as he has losses this year. 5 titles, 5 losses, a very impressive record.
It's really good. I mean, I think players at any level would really struggle to get that, even if you took one of these players and put them down at the futures or challenger level, which we know is extremely strong. Just to win matches day after day and not have any dips in your level, it's extremely admirable.
Yeah, it's Lerner TN-esque.
Yes.
That's for the deep cut for the hardcore tennis nerds listening tonight. So with these changes with the serve, it's one thing if you're looking at that ace number, right, and just maybe that serve percentage number, but what is Sinner doing in terms of where he's placing that serve to make himself more effective from the ground?
I think because the biggest thing that I see, the biggest difference, his angle into the court has changed. So the trajectory of his bounce has changed. By bringing that foot up and getting into the pinpoint position, it's a little easier to generate maybe even height on your jump. So you're hitting from a slightly higher position, and he gets just a better angle into the court. The serve that's really benefited from that has been the flat serve out wide on the ad court. That the John Isner special.
Right.
He's hitting that serve extremely well over the past year and a half or so, and that I think is has been his most effective serve.
So listen, you got asked on Twitter today, State of Sport, somebody who follows me and interacts with you quite a bit as well, for your keys to this match. So let's start with Jannik Sinner. What are the keys for him to get through into the quarterfinals?
He's got to continue to establish his dominance on the Tommy Paul second serve. They both return serve, first serve, fairly average. Jannik Sinner does a great job imposing himself on opponents' second serve. He's one of the best second serve returners on tour for players at a certain number of matches. If Tommy Paul can defend his second serve, I think he's going to be in a very good position. The other thing would be, again, trying to make Sinner uncomfortable. Tommy Paul needs to make Sinner uncomfortable by putting pressure on him, exposing him to the outsides of the court, which is a tall task because he moves well, but you have to be able to take time away when you do that. I think Tommy Paul, if he can make the match sort of a in north-south kind of track meet, that's going to really favor him. East-west doesn't favor him as much.
It's going to be an interesting one here tonight. The crowd is going to be very fervently in the Tommy Paul corner, and we will get you ready for the start in just a moment here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Last couple of serves for our players right now. I believe I see Seal in the Jannik Sinner camp.
That is Seal.
Huh. Making choices.
Kiss from a Rose, Mike.
Yeah.
The jam.
Wow. Okay, so Seal, Tommy on the other hand, all of his guys are in it's a pretzel company, a brand new pretzel company. The same person who made, what's that low-calorie popcorn?
Oh, like Skinny Pop?
Yeah, Skinny Pop. The same guy who made Skinny Pop now has a pretzel company.
Oh, really?
And
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This year it feels like the ads for the coaches and people in the box has just exploded.
Smart.
It is.
Smart.
Getting more and more screen time. Roof is open here tonight. Wind has been a factor, specifically more so on the outer courts with the winds at about 15 miles an hour. Obviously, it doesn't have quite the same impact inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. There's a little bit of a swirl, but you really don't feel it too much, correct?
No, it actually ends up feeling really still around the court, which kind of creates that sort of hot box kind of atmosphere, and you see the players get really sweaty, really sticky throughout the course of the match. A lot of outfit changes probably coming up tonight.
Jannik Sinner putting towels in boxes on both sides. Again, a reminder, even though the ATP Tour has reinstated that idea of the ball crew bringing out the towel to the players, it's not the case here in New York. Jannik Sinner is going to be serving first here tonight. It's going to be from the far side. Has only lost one set so far here during this run here in 2024 at the US Open. Wearing an olive green colored shirt is Jannik Sinner, ready to go. Tosses up, serve out wide. Tommy Paul chips a ball into the net for 15 love. Those wins, two of them indeed, as James Blake referenced, over Americans, McDonald and Mickelson. In a win over Christopher O'Connell in the third round. Straight sets. Black Nike cap, serve trying to go into the body is just a bit long. Second serve here for the world number one. Likes to go into the body here with a second serve. That's just what he does. Backhand from Paul. Sinner goes backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Sinner backhand up the line to a forehand cross from Paul. Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand middle. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner forehand cross, and then Paul matches it, but just misses a tad bit long. It's 30 love.
I'm thinking about the matchups that you mentioned with Mickelson and McDonald. Mickelson came into that match very early on, attacking the net, got to the net a lot early in the match. I'm thinking that there's probably some talk in the locker room about, hey, this is what you need to do when you play Sinner, either because they think he's vulnerable there, or I don't want to hit from the baseline with this guy.
30 love here, and Tommy actually talked about that at length in press. Serve up the tee, chip return lands good. Sinner will go backhand cross. Paul has to slice that back. Sinner in with a swinging volley, misses it long. And Tommy actually said, you know, he's the best ball striker on tour. I can't go toe-to-toe from the baseline. I have to mix it up. I have to have variety, and he has to move forward.
I was looking at some of the numbers, actually, and looking at his RPMs on both ground strokes. He's at least 10% higher than the tour average. The RPMs his balls get up to.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Some of the stats, you know, for maybe pressure situations, Sinner is so far above everybody, #1 in under pressure stats on tour. 30-15 here for Jannik Sinner in our opening game here. Last match of the night, serve into the net. In case you missed it, de Minaur did come through in 4 sets over Jordan Thompson. Over on Armstrong, second serve good to the body, backhand from Paul. Sinner backhand cross, Paul backhand slice, drop shot. Sinner there, pokes it up into the deuce corner, now tracks down a backhand, goes middle. Paul forehand cross, Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes forehand inside out, but misses into the net. It's 40-15.
Yeah, it's a couple of forehand unforced errors early, like that you talked about. Obviously, there's kind of a vulnerability there. You know, either real or imagined, sorry.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Well, it was so interesting because, as you mentioned, Diallo just doesn't give you a lot of rhythm. That's going to be very different in terms of how these two matches are played for Tommy Paul. But again, that forehand under duress here early. Game points for Jannik Sinner. Toss is up, serve is tee good. It's an ace, #1 for Jannik Sinner. He gets a comfortable little hold to 1-love. Daniil Medvedev awaits the winner of this one. He looked pretty decent here today against Nuno Borges, winning love 1 and 3.
So impressive to watch him play in person. Just the way that I was talking with another coach about this today, just the way he plays the game. He's not someone who's out there hitting balls purposeless. He's out there playing the game.
He's been flying really under the radar, though, considering he is, just making sure this is correct, yeah, the last former champion in the draw, and just very quietly into the quarterfinals. Our first look at Tommy Paul on his serve, wearing the New Balance trucker cap here tonight with a black brim. Waits for the crowd to settle right behind him. We'll call this a bluish green shirt that he is wearing. Serve is into the net, trying to go out wide. Black shorts. Second serve for TP. That is to a Sinner, backhand goes middle. Paul inside out forehand. Sinner tracks that down. Paul's in. Backhand volley is into the net. Wasn't a full commitment to it. A very late decision to move forward and gets caught. It's love 15.
Yeah, I like the way that TP found a forehand off the Sinner return. I think if he just accepts the backhand, I think we start to see a rally that favors Sinner, but trying to create space in the middle, hit that inside out forehand and get Sinner maybe playing a little backhand more on the run. These are the kind of points that Tommy Paul's going to want to play on his serve early.
Serve up the tee. Sinner goes forehand deep into the deuce corner. Paul forehand, Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand middle. Sinner goes with a backhand to him. Paul backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross with a good bite. Now steps into a backhand up the line to a Tommy Paul forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line. Paul goes backhand up the line and misses into the net. It's love 30.
You can tell how the Sinner ball quality rises when he has just a beat to load and then really put some weight into that ball.
12-shot rally, longest of the night so far. Christopher O'Connell said about Jannik Sinner, he felt like he was being suffocated the entirety of the match, and it already feels a little bit like that tonight. Serve out wide is good. Chip return into the net. 15-30.
Yeah, following up on that thought, the Sinner ball speed doesn't go down as the rallies go longer. And that's kind of a unique thing. Most players, as they get a little more tired, maybe they lose the legs just a little bit. But the Sinner ball speed, if anything, it starts to rise.
It's really remarkable. Serve for TP is good. Kicker now has a forehand, goes up the line. Running forehand for Sinner, lands good. Paul forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand up the line. Running backhand from Paul's into the net. 2 break chances early here for Jannik Sinner.
Tommy Paul is not being let to hit more than 2 shots from the same spot on the court. And you can see Jannik Sinner's getting a couple looks, 2, 3 balls from the same position on the court without having to move. When you're playing someone who strikes the ball that well, you can't let them play so many balls set up.
Yeah, TP has to play a little bit more first strike tennis here early in those points. So break chances, 15-40. Serving from the far side of the court. Serve out wide. Sinner goes forehand middle. Paul inside out forehand. Sinner gets to it into the ad corner. Paul inside out forehand lands good. Sinner tracks that down, but it's into the net. 30-40.
Good point from Tommy Paul. Way to bounce back. Again, Sinner didn't hit any shots stationary. Both shots he hit, he had to run and stretch.
And really went at a very extreme angle to get to that inside out forehand into the doubles alley and beyond. Second look for the Italian, the world #1. Paul serving 30-40, serve, T, good. Sinner rolls a forehand to a Paul, inside out forehand. Sinner tracks it down with a backhand. Paul goes forehand, inside out. Sinner, backhand middle. Paul, inside out forehand, rolled. Sinner stepping into a backhand cross, but misses that into the net. Actually had an offensive opportunity and a miss. It's deuce now.
Yeah, it was a miss hit from Tommy Paul. He got a little lucky there.
Full box for Tommy. It's 15 seats, is that right?
16.
16?
I believe it's 16.
16 seats completely full. Serve here at deuce. Off the net and good. Another one upcoming.
You might be right. It might be 15. 3 rows of 5.
That sounds like 15.
Yeah.
My University of Illinois degree really paid off there. Serve is just long, trying to go backhand body for Tommy. Second serve, good. Forehand for Sinner is into the net. Game point for Tommy. Don't forget this year, along with listening to us, you can also watch our YouTube stream as well. Mark has kindly put out the USC cap to make sure recruiting never stops. Game point here for Paul. From the far side, tosses up, serve is good to a Sinner forehand up the line that misses just long. 4 straight points there for Tommy Paul to get on the board. It's 1-all.
Little Houdiniac there. Could have been trouble.
Yeah. It's kind of that worst case scenario if you're facing break chances in that opening service game and then you just don't feel like, again, I keep saying this word, that suffocation idea. You don't feel like you have room to breathe.
These top players, too, will take a break and 3-0 fast.
Yes. Sinner looking to become the only man to reach the quarterfinal at all 4 slams this year. Serving from the near side. 1-all. Serve T is into the net. Both ankles wrapped in braces. Second serve. Good to a Paul backhand inside out that misses just wide. Do you feel like he can still put on 5-10 pounds of muscle?
He certainly looks like it.
Yeah.
You know, you look at him and you see there's not a lot there. I mean, he's obviously gotten stronger, certainly. But you think at some point he's going to fill out just a little bit more.
A little bit more. Still just 23 years of age as the world number 1. 15 love serve into the net. Second serve upcoming for the redhead. Second is good to a Paul backhand middle. Sinner inside out forehand off the net and just wide. It's 15-all.
15.
Can you explain for people who might not know the terminology, the difference between a platform and a pinpoint serve?
So in a platform serve, you call it a platform because people serve almost like they're standing on a platform. They have 2 feet that are separate by maybe 24 inches or 18 inches, and they don't move their feet. When they bring that back foot up, that becomes a pinpoint stance.
Here from Paul, that's going to miss long.
Those are the 2 typical serving positions.
And are you able to explain why people might go to a pinpoint, or is it just more of a preference?
I think it's more of a style thing.
Okay.
I think sometimes if you don't feel quite comfortable with one, you might try the other.
Which were you at Boston College?
I actually served from kind of a Roddick Monfils, like a hybrid where my feet were pretty close together, but I didn't start the motion and bring the back foot forward.
In the midst of a forehand trade right now, Sinner goes forehand cross, Paul goes forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross that misses wide. 30-all here in this 1-all service game.
30.
Feels like, Mark, this matchup, it's early. The distance traveled for these two is going to be exceedingly high.
I think we're going to get a lot of really good exchanges like that. And at that rally, I saw Sinner doing much more moving along the baseline than previous points. Tommy Paul moving the ball a little bit more.
First serve was 125 for Sinner, biggest of the night so far. 30-all serve. Again, Sinner here on the near side, tosses up. Serve is good up the tee. Chip return lands good. Sinner short forehand inside out. Lob from Tommy Paul. Sinner backtracks to the baseline. The lob misses by about 4 feet. And a game point for Jannik Sinner.
40-30.
It's a very interesting color that he's been given by Nike. We'll call it an olive green on the top, maybe a foresty green on the shorts. Maybe.
Maybe.
It's not my favorite. Feels a little muted for somebody with this quality. Game point here for Sinner at 40-30 from the near side. Serve into the net. 6 of 11 so far on his first serves. The second goes to the body. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand up the line. Good! It's a backhand winner for Tommy Paul as we get to deuce.
And look at this. It's an early change of direction. One cross, one line. Really quick starting the point with the change of direction there. It's a great return from Tommy Paul inside the baseline. Pretty deep backhand cross and quick change of direction up the line. I like that. Not letting Sinner plant those feet, start to get comfortable.
This deuce serve goes out wide. Paul forehand cross. Sinner digs that out. Tommy has a backhand, goes up the line to a Sinner forehand that's going to miss wide. It was shanked, and Tommy Paul has a break chance.
All of a sudden, a little indecision planted in the mind of Sinner. Sinner was already breaking to the open court. He expected the ball in the open court. Tommy Paul going behind Sinner draws the unforced error.
Yeah, this crowd is anxious to get behind the American here tonight. Tommy responding to this crowd by bouncing around. He's about 10 feet behind the baseline for the first serve of Jannik Sinner, who is ready to go. Serve. Misses wide, trying to go tee. Crowd already into it in game number 3 in between first and second serves. It's going to be that kind of a night. Second for Sinner, good to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand up the line. Paul forehand cross, Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross, Sinner goes forehand cross with an angle but misses wide. Tommy Paul pumps his fist as he has the early break lead at 2-1 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, just a little before 9:30, temperatures have dropped into the upper 60s now. So for those in the stands, might have a light jacket on. Mike Cation, Mark Lucero joining you in a very toasty broadcast booth right now, 15 minutes into this one. Even got the long sleeve on.
It's thin. It's thin.
It's a thin long sleeve. Got it.
It's a skin coverage kind of thing.
Tommy Paul from the near side at 2-1. Serve trying to go out wide is into the net. Second serve for TP, good to a Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes backhand. Sinner has to throw that up, and Paul's there for an easy volley finish into the deuce side. 15-love. Second net appearance for Tommy. You certainly anticipate that number going up here tonight.
It's like best case scenario right here. If you're Coach Stein, you see a point like that. Like, oh, that's exactly what I told you to do, Tommy. The great serve wide, took the backhand early cross court. When you're playing over the low part of the net like that, you love it.
That coaching relationship has been so interesting to watch. When he popped in, Tommy had started to get things going in the right direction after a few years of struggling on the futures and challenger level. Paul goes forehand here to a Sinner, forehand middle that misses long. And then Brett Stein appeared and then the two of them just started joining in motion, and this incredible flourish that they've had over the last 5-6 years has just been really remarkable to watch.
It's funny, we have a shot of Darren Cahill on our monitor. Two guys, Coach Cahill and Coach Stein, who can deliver information in a very calm way and bring some stability to a team.
Yes. Missed return from Jannik Sinner off the frame and into the stands.
Bad miss.
Bad miss.
Bad miss, a shank. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody up in the crowd with an Amex radio feeling the love right there. It's Amex Radio Day here at the U.S. Open. Serve good, return through the middle. Paul goes forehand to a Sinner, forehand cross. That's going to miss long. And listen to that roar from this crowd as Paul consolidates to 3-1.
I gotta think New York wants an American player advancing in the tournament.
So let's talk about that a little bit, because this is obviously top half. He's the last American left here in the top half, but you've got Francis against Dimitrov tomorrow. You've also got Fritz against Zverev. You have a real possibility there of two Americans into a semifinal to play each other.
Thank you.
It's tempting to think about.
It is. It's a tough ask. Sinner here 1-3, serves out wide, return through the middle. Sinner backhand is into the net. Crowd is absolutely eating this up right now. 8 straight points right now for Tommy Paul. Paul again about 10 to 12 feet back behind the baseline for this serve. Sinner at the far side, serve out wide is long. Second serve for Sinner. Toss goes up. And second serve good. Paul's inside the baseline, goes back into a Sinner backhand. Paul run around forehand up the line. Squash shot Sinner. Swinging volley Paul. Sinner goes backhand. Paul puts that away into the deuce corner. 9 straight points. Love 30.
Sinner constantly on the move. Tommy Paul playing a lot of 1-and-1. One shot to one side, next shot goes to the other side, and then start again.
Sinner had a pretty decent look at a backhand there, but didn't maybe get the legs completely set. And so Paul was able to just clock that with a nice angle. This would be really something if Paul's able to grab a second break here. Love 30. Tosses up, serve into the net. Now at 50%, Sinner. 8 of 16 on the night. Second serve, Sinner waits. A little disturbance in the crowd. Try this again. The second serve, good to a Paul chip forehand. Sinner goes forehand cross, and he missed it. My, oh my. Break chances again for Tommy Paul, 3 looks. Seal looks more worried than anybody else right now. This murmur in the crowd as the American surging. Love 40 serve from Jannik Sinner into the net.
Please.
Below 50% right now. 8 of 17. Second serve for Sinner. It's good to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner backhand through the middle. Short. Paul goes big forehand into the deuce corner. Tommy Paul. 2 breaks to the good. 4-1. My word. Mark. Again, you think where we were, it was 1 love and Paul serving 15-40, and then just the jets have been turned on.
He clearly figured out the adjustment that needed to be made. He's kept Jannik Sinner on the move. And now Jannik Sinner is just guessing. He's not knowing where balls are going. He's guessing. You see Tommy Paul playing 1-and-1, 1-and-1. Nice volley technique to finish off this replay we're seeing from earlier point in the game. I like most what I saw after the point when we saw the front row of the team, the coaching staff, sitting in their chairs. No one's, getting up and celebrating like it's the 7th inning stretch. They're just relaxed, clearing for their man, and hey, let's keep going. We got more work to do.
You mentioned Hugo Armando, who's also part of the team, handles a lot of the stuff when Tommy's in Florida and Brad Stein is back home in California. You yourself, with Stevie Johnson, you were part of a coaching team with Peter Smith as well. How does that work so that there's not too many messages for one player?
Before either coach is on court with the player, there's a lot of conversation that takes place between the coaching staff. This is what we think of the game. This is where we think we need to go. This is what we need to work on. This is how we're going to do it. I know with Peter and we would send each other the practice plans for that day before we went to the courts. I'm sure Brad and Hugo talk about what they want to do in practice the same way. And it's communication, being on the same page. I think when you have people that are operating independently without much communication, that's when you run into the problems about mixed messages and all that sort of thing.
Something that Cam Norrie introduced me to when he was starting to come out of college. He had some of the TCU team, some of the LTA team, and it just seems like it can be a really good way for a lot of these players to find full development, especially. It's hard. You have a family. It's hard to travel as much as you guys do.
Not everybody, not one guy knows everything.
Correct.
Or can see everything.
Tommy Paul here, 4-1, serving from the far side of the court. Serve T long.
Wait, please.
Brad has his hands in several different players through the years. Second serve good to a Sinner. Backhand. Paul goes forehand up the line, misses into the net. Continues to help a lot of American players as well, and also setting them up with younger coaches.
Yeah,
Ethan Quinn is one great example.
He acts as someone who facilitates that. He acts as a mentor to a lot of people. I know he's someone who I turn to quite often for advice or just to bounce ideas off of. It's really someone who has a significant presence.
Tommy Paul has a big backhand, goes cross with it. Sinner has to slice that back, lands good. Paul forehand, good. Sinner tracks that down. Tommy Paul inside out forehand. Sinner goes with a big backhand. That's unbelievable. That pass from Jannik Sinner from Brooklyn.
An incredible backhand pass. Jannik Sinner on the dead run. Tommy Paul just following the game plan, 1-1. I can't believe he was able to get a clean hit on it. Although you think he could have got a racket on it? I think he could have stuck his racket out.
Probably. But I just don't think, you're in that situation. You don't think that ball's landing in.
There's no way this guy's going to make this shot.
So trouble here on the Paul serve. 4-1, love 30, serve into the net. Second serve for TP. That is good to a Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes forehand inside out, mishit it. It's wide, and it's love 40. Looking at the replay there, did miss by about 5 millimeters. That voice you heard was Brad Stein. I know that. I know that voice well. Every once in a while, I don't know about you, I just get a voice note. So love 40 for Tommy Paul. Serve is a bit long, trying to go to the forehand side of Jannik Sinner. Second serve for Paul, good to a Sinner forehand. Paul goes back in through the middle. Sinner steps into a forehand cross, pulls that one wide. 15-40 now. 3 on his break chances. Darren Cahill, much the same as Brad Stein, is just been very quiet. Lets Sinner sort it out. Serve, good. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes inside out forehand. Sinner tracks that down with a backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross back behind Sinner, who has to dig that out. Paul inside out forehand, stays back at the baseline, hits a forehand cross now. Sinner tracks that down with a forehand. Paul forehand up the line, misses long. Incredible defensive effort there from Jannik Sinner to get one of the breaks back, 4-2.
The thing with Jannik Sinner, you have to expect him to hit the ball clean when he's on the run. You just have to continue to keep doing it in order to find the short ball. You can't just expect him to keep missing balls. If you expect him to keep spraying balls, like, you're in for the wrong kind of night.
Yeah, the entire Tommy Paul team doing exactly what they need to do, right? Just applauding right now, just make sure he stays engaged. 12 unforced errors so far for Jannik Sinner to go along with 2 winners, but back into it, making it competitive now. 2-4, serving from the near side. Last game with the original balls for the Italian. Serve for him is off the net and long. It's also going to show, Mark, how important that serve has been for him. He's serving, Yeah, now 8 of 18. Second serve for Sinner, good to a Paul forehand up the line. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand into the net. Sluggish attempt there. It's 15 love.
Looked halfway committed. It was a halfway committed backhand.
Sinner talking to the chair. Could you make that out? Is it maybe about the crowd?
I actually thought he was maybe asking for the physio next changeover.
Interesting. Keep an eye on that. Serve good. Paul forehand misses long.
13.
For 30 love.
The streaks in this match.
Yeah. Roller coaster ride so far. Yeah, I did just see the chair umpire did just get off the phone, so we'll see what happens here at this next changeover. Gil Gross is also going to be giving us a report after this game as well. He is now courtside for us for this one. Paul stepping in about 6 feet behind the baseline for a second serve at 30 love. Sinner didn't like his toss, pulls it back. Tries again with the second serve on the deuce side. Body 44% of the time, T 37. Second serve into the body, backhand of Paul. Sinner forehand to a Paul, forehand middle. Sinner goes forehand up the line, but misses that.
Oh, that was like middle net. Yeah.
30-15.
You know, some of the performances we've seen from the top three on the men's side this week and a half here in New York. I mean, Novak just looked out of sorts. Carlos wasn't exactly at his peak level. This is a rough start here for Jannik Sinner. Again, 2 winners, 13 unforced errors, a minus 11 on that ratio. Sinner having to wait for this crowd to settle. At 30-15, 2-4. Tosses up, serve out wide is wide. Second serve, good. Paul goes back into a Sinner forehand into the deuce corner. Clean living right there. Serve plus 1 to 40-15.
Looked like a short second serve that Sinner was able to get away with. I actually thought that landed pretty short in the box. Sinner was actually backing up, looking for a tougher return. He had to split late and then move forward.
All right, so Sinner again just might be getting a visit from the physio here during this changeover. Serve out wide, gets a backhand, goes cross and in behind it, has a backhand volley, perfect into the deuce corner. Paul digs it out, but Sinner is there for the finish into the ad corner off the backhand wing. So again, he's made things pretty tight and competitive. Just kind of waiting here to see if it was indeed the physio that got called, but we do have Gil Gross, and Gil, I know you have the a little bit of ability to talk about Tommy Paul's history here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, Mike, I spoke with Tommy before the event and asked him really about how he felt about his resume at the U.S. Open up to this point in his career. Glass half empty. He's never made a quarterfinal like Ben Shelton has, like Francis Tiafoe has, like Taylor Fritz has. And if we're being honest, no, those are some of his contemporaries who he would obviously compare himself to. Glass half full, it started off very rocky here at the U.S. Open. He actually lost first round his first 4 main draws here. The year after that, he got past the first round, lost a 5-setter to Casper Ruud in the 3rd round. And then last year, he went a step further to this very round, where he lost to Ben Shelton on this very court. But Tommy told me, I am not satisfied with my U.S. Open results up to this point in his career. Tonight could really go a long way in rectifying that.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And, you know, Tommy also did talk in great point about that infamous doubles match as well that he didn't handle very well as a professional early in his career. Tommy had a lot of growing to do.
Everyone matures at different rates. Everyone matures at different times. I think being a young tennis player, spending a lot of time away from home with people your own age and being kind of left to your own devices sometimes, like, you know, I think the trajectory of one's development, you know, can sometimes happen late.
God, it's really come a long way. He met my daughter this past weekend. It was magnificent, and I found myself thinking, If Marnie had met him in 2017, might be a completely different story. Second serve here for Tommy Paul. Gets a forehand, goes up the line. Backhand cross from Sinner. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner backhand cross. Paul backhand up the line is into the bottom of the net. It's love 15. And there's some definite worry on the face right now of Tommy Paul. We should point out Sinner did not get a visit from the physio, so it must have been about something else, that interaction with our chair here tonight. Stein looking rather concerned right now as well. Serve here, love 15 for TP, up the tee, good. Rolled forehand to a Paul, forehand cross, Sinner, forehand middle. Paul, forehand cross again. Did that land good? It did. Sinner now tracking down a backhand volley from Paul. This time is missed. It's love 30.
I was trying to see if he took a longer look because there was some sort of noise that made it sound like the ball was out in the cross court, the second cross court forehand.
That's why we really do need that idea, that red background, some sort of a light that goes off. And I know that's something that has definitely been discussed by the tours. Love 30 at 4-3. Serve off the net and wide. Second serve for Paul, good to a Sinner forehand. Paul goes backhand, it lands short. Paul now has to dig out a forehand. Sinner, run around inside out forehand off the baseline and good. Now steps into a forehand, then goes inside out for a clean winner. Here comes Jannik Sinner. 3 break chances at love 40.
Jannik Sinner played the entire point on or inside the baseline. Tommy Paul was drifting back further and further. Usually when you're serving, you're not playing that many shots in a rally from that far back behind the baseline. But Jannik Sinner nearly had his feet in the blue almost the entire rally.
So after that 4-1 lead just a couple minutes ago, could be erased here in a span of about 8 minutes. Serve good. Sinner backhand goes middle. Paul forehand middle. Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner tracks that down. Forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Sinner there. Forehand up the line. Yeah. Didn't get Jannik Sinner moving, and Jannik Sinner made Tommy Paul pay 4-all here in the first.
That's the pattern that it's going to be so difficult for Tommy to win, isn't it, Mark? Just that very rhythmic forehand to forehand where Sinner's ball just tends to have a little bit more on it. There's more reliability there as well.
Yeah, Sinner hit 4 forehands, I think, from the same spot in the court, which is going to be trouble against anybody. The other thing about Sinner, he probably has one of the best forehands out of the forehand corner. A lot of guys hit big forehands from the middle or from maybe the backhand side of the court, that inside-out forehand, but not that many guys have really, really good forehands from the cross-court side of the court.
4-all serving from the far side is Sinner and gets a return miss for Paul.
If you're Tommy Paul, you have to tell yourself, hey, it's 4-all. We're on serve. This is where we're supposed to be. You got to get the energy up like he's trying to do right here and manage the time between points.
And just find a little bit more aggression earlier in the points as well. 15 love serve for Sinner, good to a Paul backhand. Sinner goes backhand cross, but misses long. It's 15-all. That is the 14th, I believe, unforced error. Yeah, 14th unforced error for Sinner here tonight. Twelve of the last 15 points have gone the way of the world number 1. Waits for Tommy to get set into the return position. Serve. Good out wide. Lob return lands just long.
30-15.
That serve percentage starting to rise just a little bit. Back above 50%.
That's been the trend in Jannik Sinner's matches all tournament long. He's been broken 8 times at this year's U.S. Open, 7 in the first set.
That included a couple to Mackie McDonald. That was a wild first set, 6-2 for the former UCLA Bruin. Had to mention that once to kind of balance with the Trojans there, Mark. Second serve upcoming here for Jannik Sinner at 30-15. Serve is good to a forehand for Paul. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner tracks that down backhand middle. Paul forehand to a Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner forehand goes middle. Paul forehand to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul off the net and good. Sinner has to track that down with a forehand. Now we'll step into a backhand. Goes cross. Paul backhand into the net. 40-15 for the Italian.
40-15.
Feels like that contact, a lot of the ball at the top of the racket for Tommy Paul on that backhand side. Just looks like the timing is just off.
Yeah, Tommy Paul is he's a little bit like a Marcos Giron, where it doesn't always look clean. And he can deliver. You know, it looks like sometimes actually he's hitting like the contact a little bit late. I think that's kind of a idiosyncratic thing with him.
Game point for Sinner. Serve out wide is going to be a Lent. Another one upcoming. Again with his first serve, good up the tee. Chip return lands good. Sinner inside out forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner digs out a backhand. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand up the line to a running forehand for Paul. Sinner forehand goes middle. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line. Sinner backhand cross. Slice from Tommy Paul. Forehand from Sinner goes middle. Now forehand for him goes cross. Paul goes forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Backhand slice from Tommy Paul. Sinner goes forehand middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner forehand middle is into the net. 40-30.
Watching this rally, the slice has become very important. It's a shot that Brad Stein spends a lot of time on with all his players, but especially with Tommy Paul. You saw the slice there, got him a couple balls where Sinner reset the rally and Tommy Paul could sort of start his patterns over. I actually think he could be a little bit more aggressive on those forehands after the slice.
And Gil, it feels like since the start, this crowd has been, electric down there pulling for Tommy.
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to Tiafo, we're at about a 9.
We'll take it. Serve is good. Forehand return from Tommy Paul is long. So Sinner does get back out in front. 4 games on the trot to get to 5-4 here in the first on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Well, it's been a rocky roller coaster ride so far in this first set. 2 breaks to the good was Tommy Paul. Jannik Sinner has come all the way back out in front here, 5-4 in the first. Thanks for joining us here this last night of Labor Day weekend here in the States. Tommy Paul now serving to stay in the set. 4-5 serve off the net, just wide. On a night where Ted Lasso himself is here courtside. Second serve good. Forehand from Sinner misses long for 15 love. I think all that TP has to do is, goldfish brain and believe. I think that's all he needs.
I like that.
Maybe Brad Stein can do a little dance in the midst of the...
He could bake some little, sugar cookies or whatever, biscuits.
Backhand cross there from Jannik Sinner, and Paul can't come up with the volley. Just a remarkable dipper to the feet of Tommy Paul for 15 all.
It just looks like there's this hangover, from like the last couple games. Like, dude, you got to be in the moment right here,
So TP, the high calf socks from New Balance, they're fully white, and they get him a 3-point off of the serve for 30-15.
Do you get the TP length shorts, Mike?
I'm trying.
Oh, all right. All right.
Tommy actually asked for shorter shorts. He put the request in for New Balance.
Yeah, actually, over a year ago, I know Coach Stein was telling me that he was asking. He said, "Hey, can you guys make that inseam a little shorter? Can we go with the 4-inch inseam?"
Forehand from Sinner. Paul goes forehand cross, clean serve +1. Sinner tried to run around to hit that forehand. Just didn't find that angle for a 40-15.
Heads-up play, too, to take advantage of that, seeing kind of a little tactical mishap right there.
So game points here for Paul trying to right the ship. Serve, T, net. Just a little bit above 50% himself with the serve percentage. Second serve's good. Sinner backing up the line to a Paul backhand cross that's into the net. 40-30 now. 42 minutes into this first.
40-30.
Tommy going to towel off here. Again, the temperatures dropping into the upper 60s. Humidity still a factor here tonight. Pulls back his toss. Try again here at 40-30. Serve, good. Sinner goes backhand middle. Paul inside out, forehand to a Sinner. Backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Paul runs around, hits a forehand to a Sinner backhand line. Paul off the top of the frame. Let's see where this ball lands. It looks like Sinner says it's going to miss. It does. Misses long, almost into the camera well. Deuce now. Off the top of the frame. And he was very open and honest about it. He says, listen, Jannik Sinner, as good of a ball striker as there is, I can't match that level. Got to show some variety. Trouble right now as Sinner creeps within 2 points of this first set. Serve at deuce from the far side. Good to a Sinner backhand poked middle. Paul forehand up the line. Sinner backhand to a volley from Tommy Paul. Good to the deuce corner. Sinner can't track that down. Double bounce. Game point, Paul.
There's a lot of commitment at that point. Held the baseline, took the forehand on the rise up the line. It's a beautiful volley technique from Tommy Paul. But the thing you like, he played the point with intention,
yes.
Right?
Eighth appearance at the net for Tommy. 4 of 8 so far. Third game point. Serve, T, good. The forehand goes inside out with it, but misses that one long. Great return into the body from Jannik Sinner.
Earlier we saw the stat about returns in play. Best players in the world put balls in play, especially on big points.
Sinner is starting on the first serve about 10 to 12 feet behind the baseline. Serve into the net here. Trying to go T. Second serve from Paul, good to a forehand Sinner cross. Paul goes forehand up the line. Sinner tracks down a backhand to a Paul backhand middle. Sinner forehand rolled to a Paul forehand inside out. Sinner tracks down a backhand. Paul short forehand goes inside in. Sinner forehand just into the net as Paul was moving forward. Game point for TP.
You get passed back there across court. Too good.
Too good.
Yeah, that would have been ridiculous.
Similar to that backhand cross. This one just catching the top of the tape.
I like that. TP is getting in there, taking balls to the top of the bounce, playing a very proactive style.
So game point number 4 for Tommy Paul. Serve, T long. Second serve for Paul. Good to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul digs out a backhand, but it's into the net. Again, great depth on the return. Deuce once again.
Suffocating depth.
Gonna keep using that word, I think. Brad Stein also with a sponsor cap on. Multiple patches.
Thought you were going to talk about his concerned look, to which I was going to say, that's his regular look.
That is his regular look. Tommy Paul just missed a serve out wide, a slider that may be missed by a millimeter or 2. Second serve good. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes forehand inside out to a Sinner backhand up the line. Paul has to lob that back. Sinner retreating, but that ball's going to miss well long. Set point, Sinner.
Seal on his feet.
Seal's been by far the most energetic member of the Sinner box.
The crowd rises as well. It was 4-1 about 20 minutes ago in favor of Tommy Paul. Now back against the wall. Serve. Good out wide. Big ace for Tommy Paul. First of the night. Back to deuce we go.
First of the set. What a time for it.
Both guys blowing on their hands to dry them off. Serve good. Sinner goes backing up the line to a Paul backhand middle. Sinner backing up the line. Paul had approached a little bit late there, and Sinner couldn't take advantage.
I think he got caught by surprise. He was caught a little too far back behind the baseline. He was reaching for that pass.
That is the 10th net appearance now for Paul on the night. Another opportunity to close down this game. Serve, good, T, forehand Sinner. Paul has to roll a forehand back. Sinner goes forehand inside in, misses it into the net again. Just a clunky looking swing from Jannik Sinner. Well, Paul has indeed leveled us 5 games apiece, and as I mentioned, 10 appearances at the net. We talked about that at the outset, Mark, that idea that he needs to be moving forward. What for you would be a successful rate?
You would think the average rate for a baseline exchange, you know, if you're just going to be anywhere 55, 45, something like that. If you're going to the net and you're above 60%, I mean, I think you're good. Anything better than that, if you're 75, 80%, like, that's unbelievable. Keep doing it.
Sinner, meanwhile, is above that 80% mark. 5 of 6 so far, 83%. He serves 5 all into the body, gets a return miss into the net for 15 love.
Gil, how much chatter is going on down there between the boxes? I don't know if you can hear much.
I would say not all that much.
Sinner, serve, T, good, return missed out wide. That's not surprising.
Yeah,
both
Darren usually lets his players play. Coach Stein maybe gives people things at certain moments, right?
Yeah. But both guys really want to encourage that idea of problem solving, because ultimately they're the ones, the players are the ones who have to do it. 30 love here for Jannik Sinner. Serve, T, ace, second of the night.
They're on opposite ends right now, so limits the amount of coaching that can be done. I have seen Brad Stein go full out fan mode at times and, you know, yell things like Tommy and, you know, something like that.
Points here for the best ginger ever in the sport of tennis. This is his first serve well long. Second serve upcoming.
Gil sounded like he was doing a Rocky Balboa. Yo, Adrian.
Serve is good. Return is not. 3 free points in that game for Jannik Sinner. Looks completely in control right now, although we are at 6-5 deep in this first set. And yeah, it's been such a turnaround, and how much of that is just Sinner, how much of that is Tommy Paul right now, Mark? That's a tough question, I know, but how much are you feeling this out in terms of what Sinner's doing?
You know, Sinner came out solid. Tommy Paul probably came out a little, you know, maybe scattered, maybe not thinking about exactly how he wanted to play. Locked it in, disturbed Sinner, you know, drew him out of his rhythm. Sinner made an adjustment or reset himself on the changeover, whatever it was. And then Tommy Paul was a little deer in headlights for a little while, and now maybe kind of ride the ship. It's been one of the odder sets of tennis I think I've seen in a little while.
If you'd have told me before the night that Jannik Sinner was going to have 18 unforced errors in this first set, I'd say Tommy Paul wins 6-2.
Yeah, and be at 6-5, yeah.
So to see it the other way is just pretty remarkable here tonight. Yeah, we're seeing Seal as well. Did I miss that it's the white party here tonight? The entire Jannik Sinner team, you know, Darren Cahill did put on a gray hoodie, but everybody's all white.
After Labor Day, major faux pas.
Exactly.
You know,
Gil needs to do some fashion police work down there.
I I do stand by the idea that with climate change, the fashion rules are, you know, we got a little wiggle room.
We can change those things. All right.
Well, we've got hoodies in the Jannik Sinner box, and that's more appropriate than the short sleeve polo that I have on, because this is, I think, easily the chilliest night of the U.S. Open so far.
Pop up to the gift shop, Gil.
I've got an extra jacket if you need it.
It's on the budget.
We have a budget? 5-6 here for Tommy Paul. Serving near side, serve good. Sinner forehand through the middle. Paul goes inside out forehand in behind it. Sinner backhand pass. Oh, just misses. By that much, says Sinner. So 15 love here in this 5-6 service game. Serve into the net, trying to go body. Second serve for Paul. Well long. First double faults of the night for either player. A little bit of a smile on the face of Paul right now. 7 of 16 on his second serve points. Interaction there with Brad Stein in the front row. Serve just missing off the net and long. 53 minutes in. Second serve. Good to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand to a Sinner. Backhand goes middle. Paul backhand middle. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner tracks that down. Forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Great angle. Sinner matches. Paul goes forehand cross. Looped it. Now has to go forehand up the line. Sinner tracks down a backhand through the middle. Paul forehand cross. In behind it. Sinner forehand misses well long with pressure from Tommy Paul. 30-15.
I like the change of speed during that cross-court rally. He didn't give Sinner a couple balls of the same rhythm. The ball was shaped, so it allowed him to have a ball that could change direction. And then he took away time. That was, I think, maybe the key to the rally. He took away time once he stretched out Sinner.
15-shot rally there. Waits for this crowd to settle. Bouncing around right now. Bounces the ball 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. 30-15. Serve. Good. Sinner rolls a forehand short. Paul run around inside out forehand. Sinner backing up the line is into the net. 2 really crazy bounces in that. Paul handled it well. 8 points.
Yeah, the serve took an awkward bounce. Sinner hit it off his, almost off his grip. It almost took out the Cadillac sign with that attempted pass down the line.
It's nice to see tennis players looking like the rest of us from time to time. Tommy Paul has a backhand, goes into the net on his second ball there.
Take your time, find your rhythm on your serve. No rush. Usually a slow start in the beginning, go slow in the bottom part of the motion, and explosive at the top. Good little recipe for a good serve right there, Mike.
Serve T good. Sinner return through the middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner forehand cross with a volley from Paul that lands on the baseline.
Oh, what a beauty. So you're playing with fire there, approaching from the middle of the court into the Sinner forehand.
Well, before the night, I think said, okay, yeah, we're going to see a couple tie breaks. The way we got there through that first set, a bit all over the place, but here we are, first set tie break.
Sinner tie-break record 2024, 16-6. Tommy, not that good, but still good, 11-5.
Thank you, Gil. Sinner 38 points to 35 here as we hit the tie break. Sinner serving from the far side to start it.
Ready for play. Thank you.
Now ready. Serve, good. Paul has to chip a return short. Sinner backhand cross. Paul back into a volley from Sinner. Backhand Paul up the line, just missed it.
Oh, that was a tight volley from Jannik Sinner. Paul had a good look at a pass, I thought.
I didn't get the full swing there. It had to be very abbreviated with that depth. So Sinner and Darren Cahill for the first time having a little bit more of an interaction there after point number 1. It has been the forehand that has been the issue for Sinner. 15 of his 20 unforced errors on that wing. Serve out wide. Sinner goes back and up the line and short. Paul forehand cross. Sinner lob. Paul has to retreat. That lob lane's good. Overhead from the baseline, good. Sinner tracks down a backhand, but it's into the net. It's 1-all.
Hey, that's a gutsy decision right there, smoking that overhead from back behind the baseline. He didn't just curl it in, he gave it some pop.
Yeah, that ball landing about 6 feet inside the baseline.
Jeez, he hit that overhead hard.
With a little bit of slice that got into the Sinner body. So 1-all, 57 minutes in. Serve to the deuce side, just long, trying to go tee. Second serve, good. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes rolled back into a Sinner backhand middle. Paul forehand cross, Sinner tracks down, forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line, Sinner backhand middle. Paul backhand slice to a Sinner forehand cross. Paul forehand middle. Sinner goes inside out forehand to a backhand slice again from Paul that lands good. Now he has to track down another backhand slice that also good. Sinner backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Sinner backhand goes through the middle. Paul forehand to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul inside out forehand. Sinner tracks down a backhand, goes middle. Paul inside out forehand in behind it. Lob from Sinner. Lands good. Paul overhead. Oh no, he missed it into the net. What a disaster for Tommy Paul. Jannik Sinner with a mini break to 2-1.
That was an excellent point there. So much poking and prodding. That's Tommy Paul inside out forehand, finally getting him ahead in the point. This was always going to be a tough one. Didn't bounce that high. A little backspin on that lob from Jannik Sinner when Tommy Paul let it bounce. It barely bounced above the height of his racket.
Think about the overhead, the previous point, the quality from the baseline, and then to miss that one a little bit tougher. Again, that lower bounce, as Mark said, but this crowd is really pushing here. Certainly sense the urgency. As Sinner serves 2-1, serve T net.
Please.
Second serve, good to a backhand from Paul, goes cross, Sinner backhand cross, misses long. So we're back level, 2 apiece.
2 more.
You love to see that one if you're Tommy Paul and you just missed that overhead.
First and second serve as a
Freebie.
courtesy to both players. Thank you.
Breath.
Well, Brad Stein matching the crowd screaming to get his voice heard over that rumble of the crowd. Again, 2-all. Sinner's at the far side, serving to the deuce corner. Toss is up, serve is good up the tee. Chip return lands short. Sinner forehand in behind it. Lob from Tommy Paul is going to miss long. 3-2 for Jannik Sinner.
3-2 Sinner.
Nothing there from the team for Sinner, and in fact we're getting a look at him right now, just stoic as they are typically. One more here for Tommy Paul from the near side before they change ends to the ad corner at 2-3. Serve Paul well long, trying to go tee. Second serve good. Sinner back into a Paul backhand slice up the line. Sinner forehand, Paul goes forehand up the line. Sinner tracks down a backhand cross. Slice from Paul. Short ball, drop shot Sinner. Paul there with a backhand cross. That's good. Sinner can't track it down at the 1 hour mark. 3-all in the breaker.
That's athleticism, Mike. Getting up to that drop shot so quickly. And ripping the backhand cross. My instincts were that this was going to be a drop shot. It was going to be tough to track down, but not for Tommy Paul.
And the way he soaked up the power behind Sinner's backhand with that short little backhand slice that baited Sinner into the difficult drop shot. I mean, Jannik, that was some heavy wood, and Tommy found a really creative way to absorb it.
The USA chant up in the stands here on this Labor Day weekend. Louise Engzell, our chair umpire, really has her work cut out for her tonight, especially if Tommy's able to steal this first set in the tiebreak. Now from the far side to the deuce corner for Tommy Paul. Pulls down his toss, apologizes. We'll reset. Now we go at 3-all. Serve is good. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner tracks down a backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Run around forehand from Sinner. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner digs out a backhand. Paul goes inside out forehand. Sinner backhand up the line. Lands good. Running forehand for Tommy Paul. Sinner forehand up the line. Paul lobs. Sinner retreats. Forehand swinging volley is perfect into the deuce corner. Back out in front here at 4-3.
And they're just taking turns, taking the game to each other, going back and forth, finishing points at the net. That's one of the reasons actually I like these little quicker conditions this year, really rewarding players that take risks.
Net points won right now. Sinner is 7 of 8. Paul doubled the amount of approaches, 15 times at the net, winning 10 of those, both very good percentages. But this set now on the racket of Jannik Sinner. Again, waiting for the crowd to settle, now ready for play. 4-3, serve out wide is good, it's an ace. Third of the set, 5-3. You can hear by that groan of the crowd, 1 millimeter in. 120 out wide.
It's the one we talked about at the beginning of the show.
Yes.
The serve that's really improved the most for him, that flat wide.
To the deuce side now for Sinner. Serve out wide is good. Lob return. Sinner backtracking. That ball is going to miss wide. Jannik Sinner from 2 breaks down, now with set points. 3 looks for the Italian. This would be absolutely gutting for Tommy Paul. Had a 2-break lead early. Bouncing around here. Has to try to focus on one at a time. Serve at 3-6, netted. Trying to go body. Second serve for Paul. Good. Run around forehand for Sinner. Paul backhand slice lands just long, and Jannik Sinner. 21 unforced errors, and yet here he is, coming from 2 breaks down to take that tie-break 7-3, Mark. So come back for the second. We'll see how Tommy Paul responds here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Mark Lucero in the booth. Gil Gross is courtside. Mark, I'll start with you. Let's just talk very basically about the emotions here for Tommy Paul. How does he possibly recover from that against the world number 1?
He's going to have to completely reset and sort of refocus on everything he's worked on and everything he's learned from his team, everything he's done well all season long, because there's no way around. That's a disappointing loss to the set, particularly with what Jannik Sinner spotted you early on.
And Gil, you know, that crowd was so electric. Do you have the sense, were there some people leaving after that first set as we do get back to work and school tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Tommy's hoping they're running out for a honeydeuce and they'll be right back, and he's got to find a way to re-energize them.
All right, so Tommy is going to be serving from the near side to start this second set. Serve good, Sinner forehand to a Paul, forehand middle. Sinner goes forehand cross, Paul, forehand cross, Sinner forehand cross, Paul slices that back up the line with the forehand. Sinner back into a Paul, backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand middle, run around forehand for Paul. Sinner goes forehand cross, Paul goes forehand up the line. Sinner goes backhand cross, backhand slice up the line from Paul. Sinner forehand middle, Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner forehand to a Paul, forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line is perfect. My word. He was minus 12 in the winner to unforced error category. You guys as coaches talk about that all the time, learning to win with your B game, your C game. I don't even know what letter grade to give Jannik Sinner in that first set, but clearly not his best, and then comes through.
You end up giving him an A because of the way he competed. Outstanding.
20-shot rally there as Paul at love 15 serve good. Sinner backhand cross. Paul sails a forehand by 10 feet long, and real trouble here at love 30, and definitely a little bit of a hangover effect right now in the Tommy Paul service game.
One of the things that doesn't show up on the stat sheet as a winner or an unforced error is when Sinner lands that deep middle return, forcing that first ball error from Tommy. It's just such a difficult ball to deal with. It's absurd how often Jannik has hit it.
He's made about 83% of his returns. Forehand pass for Sinner, Paul volley, backhand lob from Sinner, Paul Sampras-esque, slamming that one home with the jump overhead for 15-30.
83% in, that's impressive, but the average depth to go along with that is otherworldly.
Yeah, and that return into the body is one that I think is so underrated just by fans. I think you guys as coaches, you talk about it all the time.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we're constantly working on. Like, hey, use the middle in the return, go deep middle, even in rallies, use middle. No one's going to hurt you when you play hard, deep down the middle.
Hour and 8 minutes into this one. It feels like a must right now for Tommy Paul to stay out in front early in the second set. Serve at 30-alls into the net, trying to go out wide. 45% on his second serve points tonight. Serve good. Sinner forehand just got into the body very well, that second serve. Forehand misses into the net. Game point here for Paul. Sinner trying to get some tack on those shoes, skidding them on the ground. Serve with a game point, good. Backhand return lane short. Paul inside in, forehand is good. Takes a deep breath, fist pump towards his team as he does get on the board here. 1-love. Mark, anything about just the way things played out today that really stood out to you in some of the results? I mean, Medvedev, Draper through so quickly. Demon, obviously, a little bit more competitive match with Jordan Thompson, but on the men's side, it felt like it was kind of ho-hum today.
I thought the Thompson match would be a little closer. I thought that was, a 5-setter written all over it. I thought Jack Draper, I thought he was going to win. I thought he was going to win, like a 6-4-5 kind of match, and certainly not the score line that he ended up having. Borges, that was kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
Happy about Jessica Pegula getting through without any drama.
Muchova, the 3-3 win over Paolini, a little bit surprising how straightforward it was in that regard. Very high level in that one. Don Mayo over Wozniacki, 6-3 in the third as well. And of course, Iga, straight sets just a little while ago here into our night session. Second serve here for Jannik Sinner at love 1. That is good to a backhand from Paul middle. Sinner backhand rolled to a runaround forehand for Paul. Sinner backhand up the line is into the net.
It's such a big deal, Medvedev being the 5 seed, and you just didn't know where in the draw he would land, which quarter he'd land. And it happened to be Jannik Sinner's quarter, and of the 3 top contenders, Sinner, Alcaraz, Djokovic, Jannik is now the only guy still alive.
Yeah, it's going to be that potentially, if Sinner does get through, I mean, that seems like it could be the match of the tournament on the men's side, although something tells me Dimitrov Tiafoe tomorrow night on Ash is going to be absolutely bonkers. Second serve here for Sinner. Love 15. Serve good. Forehand for Sinner inside out to a Paul backhand line. Sinner forehand middle. Paul goes forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Misses long.
It was staying on Dimitrov Tiafoe just for a second. Like, that has the potential to have quite a few cat and mouse kind of points. You know, Dimitrov very good using that short chip up the line. Francis not afraid of hitting short slices and, you know, giving him a little body English to bring the ball in. That's going to be a fun one.
It's the David Witt U.S. Open. I mean, you've got Jess Pegula moving into the quarterfinals. Now David Witt over in the Francis team. 15 all serve here for Sinner. Misses out wide, trying to go wide. He's missed all 3 first serves here in this second set. The second good to a Paul forehand short. Sinner back into a Paul running forehand. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand cross misses long. I just keep going back in my head, Mark, to this idea that when the top players in the world have a rough day, a bad day, whatever you want to call it, as Sinner is having today, if you can't take advantage when he's at his worst, you're just not going to be able to get through. And that just keeps rolling around in my head right now. 30-15 serve for Sinner, good. Paul backhand slice to a Sinner forehand inside out. Lob from Paul. Sinner retreats, but that ball is going to be missed by a good 10 feet. Points, Jannik Sinner.
I think there's something to be said, too, for beating the best players in the world in truly significant matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Game points here for the Italian. Takes a look over at Tommy Paul, sees him about 10 feet behind the baseline. Tries to go tee. Lob return lands into the net. Very comfortable there for Sinner. 2-1 all.
1 game, second set.
Seems like Jannik's dialed in the first serve. And you
Yeah.
might say it was the MVP of the tiebreak.
It
He was up 4-3, and those were 2 enormous points, and he didn't need to play a single ball after landing 2 great firsts.
For the night, is still at 57%. But I think you're exactly right. Once that level raised on the serve, it got him back into that match. And again, just finding a couple of first and second ball forehands. Serve and volley for Tommy Paul. Puts away backhand into the ad corner for 15 love. 3 for 3 at the net here in the set for TP.
And there's a ton of action on that slider out wide. I don't know if you guys have stood in for some of the top guys when they serve on their wide serve, but that ball is breaking so far to the right, it's crazy.
Serve for Paul up the tee is good. Gets a forehand off of the top of his frame. Where is that landing? Now it finally lands on his side.
15.
Almost made it outside of Ash. Very close. Gil, I expected you to get out there and grab that one. It felt like that was coming your way for a second.
I was ready to lay out.
Mets are in town. Go center field. I don't even know who plays center for the Mets anymore. Serve out wide is wide. Brian Clark, I'm sure, is listening at home and probably has a full list of the Mets lineup. Forehand from Sinner is into the net. 30-15. Looks over at his team, does Jannik Sinner. Not thrilled with that return. He's made so many on the night. He's allowed to miss 1 or 2 along the way. Tommy would certainly welcome that. 30-15 serve is long, trying to go into the body. Second serve for Paul. That's good to a Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner digs out a backhand middle. Paul backhand slice up the line to a running forehand for Sinner up the line, in behind it. Paul lobs. Sinner retreats, will hit an overhead from the baseline. That's good into the deuce corner. Forehand for Paul will miss long. 30 all. I don't have very many positive feelings about Tommy Paul's, I don't know, expectation here for the rest of this match. It just feels like Sinner is getting to the spots he wants to be in.
He's getting better. He's improving, it looks like, nearly every game. He's keeping his energy up.
Yes.
I think he's really proactive. He's getting the balls inside the court quickly.
30 all serve good to a Sinner backhand that goes middle and lands on the baseline. Now Sinner backhand slice cross. Paul run around forehand inside out, lands good. In behind it, volley into the deuce corner. Sinner gets there. Was it a not up? Okay, was
Double
a double
bounce.
bounce. Sinner himself calling it that it was a double bounce, so we don't have to go to VAR.
Thank goodness.
Had she called it prior, or did Sinner acknowledge it?
I couldn't tell.
I did not hear a not up call. But Jannik put up his two
Yep.
fingers.
And we're able to see it on a replay. Indeed, that was a double bounce, no question about it. Game point for Paul's serve. Good forehand Sinner. Paul goes forehand inside in, off of the baseline and good. Now has a forehand middle. Sinner backhand back behind Paul, who hits a forehand to a Sinner forehand up the line. Paul backhand cross. Sinner backhand goes middle. Paul run around forehand inside out to a Sinner backhand cross that's into the net. It's not been easy here in this second set, but Tommy Paul does get it to 2-1. We are on serve early in the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Mark Lucero in the booth, Gil Gross joining us courtside. Just looking at some of the celebrities that have shown up for tonight's match. You had Iga, obviously, in match number 1. This one, the world number 1 on the men's side, and Tommy Paul. We mentioned Jason Sudeikis. Gladys Knight is here.
I like that.
Don't know if the Pips have made it. Probably not. Virginia Wade here. Maura Tierney.
Big fan.
Big fan as well. Shonda Rhimes has been here pretty much every single night. And then I'm starting to get to that age mark where there are a lot of the celebrities, I just have no idea who they are.
Same.
They're a TikTok celebrity or something along those lines, and I'm just completely lost. That's what Gil Gross is out there for.
Could be an oxymoron right there, Mike.
I am?
Yes.
I don't know. I see a Howie Mandel looking guy, but might just be a bald man.
As far as I can tell, Howie Mandel's not in the building.
All right. Well, there's a lot of resemblance. I'm looking up in the champion suite right now.
Go grab him. See. Just see if he wants to make a deal. Love 15. Serve T. Chip return lands good. Center forehand to a Paul forehand into the net. Again, just some of these misses here, Mark. Again, a love 15 situation, a rally forehand, and it just seems like some of these breakdowns for Tommy are coming at the worst moments.
You know, part of you wants to say, I get it, you know, big stage, big opponent, but at the same time, the top players, they don't do that.
Serve for Sinner trying to get into the body, misses long. Second serve for him from the far side right now is the Italian. Second serve is good to a chip return from Paul. Sinner goes backhand slice cross that misses just long. Interesting return decision from Paul. He stepped really far into the baseline and goes chip, and he's actually laughing about it right now. Completely befuddled Jannik Sinner.
A couple times where he's hit the chip for him return, floats, obviously changes the speed, the tempo of the rally, and he's drawn errors.
He chipped almost every forehand return against Gab Diallo. Obviously dealing with a different matchup here.
15-30 on the Sinner serve. Good to a Paul backhand. Sinner goes inside out forehand. Paul almost diving for that backhand, but it misses into the net. It's 30 all. Mention all these celebrities, and again, Seal is in the Jannik Sinner box. Haven't seen Lindsey Vonn yet this fortnight, have you? I don't think I have.
I don't think I have.
She'll be here at some point, right? Matthew McConaughey apparently going to be here this weekend. He's been tweeting a lot about tennis and Tommy Paul, among others. Second serve for Sinner in this 30-all moment of 1-2 serve. Good. Paul goes back in through the middle. Sinner back in volley from Paul is going to miss wide into the doubles alley. And a game point for Jannik Sinner. First point he's lost at the net here tonight. Excuse me, in the second set, 4 of 5. Although they haven't put it into the official stats yet. So he gets to keep the perfect record at 4 and 4. 4 of 4, excuse me. 40-30 serve, 1-2. Serve out wide is good. It's an ace. First of the set, fourth of the night. 2-all. Now Sinner will switch rackets after a ball change in the last.
How big is it, Mark, that the serve that seems to be Jannik's favorite, the flat one out wide on the ad, is an ad side serve? I mean, most of the big points are on the ad side. So you see Sinner with these crazy break point saved rates. And some of it must be down to him having that go-to serve that he can just nail every time.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, a big reason for that is obviously the change to the pinpoint, giving him a little bit of better angle into that ad side service box.
Paul goes serve +1, gets a short return, puts a forehand away into the deuce corner. You know, you just, again, I keep looking at all these stats, and almost all the stats favoring Tommy here on the night, and still the one stat that matters not favoring him. Running forehand lob from Jannik Sinner. Paul retreats. That ball just misses by the thinnest of margins there. We're actually getting a look at the replay. That was a full stretch lob, missing by, call it 5 or 6 millimeters. .30 love here in this 2-all service game. We're an hour and 23 minutes into this one. Paul bouncing the ball in between his legs. Now ready with this 30 love serve. That is good to a Sinner backhand. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Big angle. Wow, he's injected some pace into that one.
He's been holding on to that one a little bit.
Felt angry.
You know, he can play with that kind of pace and really, you know, take the racket out of people's hands with the timing, with that live arm.
Flatten that out.
You know, we were, well. I'll tell you actually after this point.
Serve is good. Tommy Paul has a forehand, goes cross, misses long.
We were practice partners. Stevie J and I were practice partners with Tommy and Brad Stein during the pandemic era Australian Open.
Yeah, right.
You know, when you had to go there and you had 2 weeks of practice and you could only hit with the same person for the whole time. And we were with Tommy every day. And I couldn't believe when he started timing the ball how big he could play off the baseline with, you know, hitting flattening balls out. It's crazy timing.
Sinner's only missed one return so far in this set. 12 of 13 returns made.
Is that good?
It's pretty remarkable. Good gravy. Backhand through the middle. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner tracks down a backhand, goes cross. Run around forehand from Paul lands good. Sinner backhand to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross, good. Paul backhand to a Sinner backhand up the line, just catches the top of the tape. Tommy Paul running to the chair as he noses himself back out in front, 3-2. You know, certainly considering the way that first set tiebreak went, wouldn't have been surprising to see Paul kind of go away early in this second set. Really good heady stuff for him to stay out in front continuously on the scoreboard.
That's in line with his development as a player. That's what we've seen from him over the last couple of years. To be honest, the way he started that first game of the second set, I think both you and I were concerned about an early break going the other way. But he really has rebounded, and especially the last game or so, started to look a lot more relaxed in the face. It kind of makes you think he's turned a corner mentally a little bit.
When you saw Tommy, obviously the Roland Garros championship as a junior, what were your thoughts about him coming out of juniors and how it took him so long to get where he is now?
I think you could always sort of see that it was going to take him just a little longer. He, you know, compared to the people that he was with, you know, Taylor, Riley, Opelka, you know, two guys, huge serves, big weapons, big firepower that you could see, okay, they could hit through guys. Tommy Paul played a little different style. He would trade ground strokes a little more. He could counter punch. These styles, now he's gotten to be someone who's really effective coming forward. These things take a little longer to figure out how to use all those different tools. And then there was Francis Tiafoe, part of that group, who was just lightning in the bottle. So I think it wasn't a total surprise, but it's obviously it's great to see that he's figured out how to use the tools and how they all fit in.
And on top of it, I think and they've talked about it at length for so many years, just that idea of coming up together. Now we're seeing it really in full force. Tommy is looking to be the third American into the quarterfinals. Got a long way to go to get there. Sinner serving here at 2-3. Both Fritz and Tiafoe will be in action tomorrow. Fritz in the day session with Sasha Zverev. Tiafoe at night with Dimitrov. Second match from 7. Paul goes forehand inside out to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul backhand slice dropper. Sinner forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line, misses just wide into the doubles alley. It's 15-love. Schedule for tomorrow, in case you missed it, all of the singles matches will be on Ash. The women will be first in both the day and the night session. We'll have Badosa Navarro, followed by Fritz Zverev.
That's a good one.
That's not bad. And then tomorrow night, Zhang Sabalenka, followed by Dimitrov Tiafoe.
And 2 great tickets right there.
Ace there for Jannik Sinner, second of the set, 5th of the night for him. That serve percentage has been under 50% again early in the set, as it was early in the first. This time, however, not down 2 breaks. 2-3, 30-love, serve. T just long. That took out a panel in the video board back behind Tommy. There's just one black brick. Second serve, good to a chip forehand return. Sinner forehand misses long, 30-15 now.
Just another brick in the wall, Mike.
Oh boy. We're turning into Robbie Koenig with all the musical references here. We could go a little bit more hip-hop than his classic rock.
We sure
kind of
can.
thing. I think we've got that going for us. 30-15 for Sinner at 2-3. Serve out wide is well long. 125. Almost one of the biggest of the night for Sinner. Tommy has the biggest serve at 130 tonight. Second serve good. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner digs that out. Lands on the baseline with his backhand. Draws an error out of the Paul backhand for 40-15.
There's the depth again from Sinner. But Mark, I want to go back to your discussion of Tommy Paul's forehand, because I was looking at the 2023 average speeds. Tour average on the forehand is 75. Paul clocked in, this was last year, at 73 miles per hour.
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
right.
go ahead.
That's right around, if you're looking at other players, Hurkacz, Cam Norrie, it's a little quicker than De Minaur, who was way back. And again, maybe it would be different this year, but it seems like Tommy, if you look at the actual Hawkeye averages, is on the lower end.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of his kind of style. I think he is a little Andy Murray-ish, and he'll massage balls around, he'll pop a couple, and I think part of that is learning how to use it within his game.
Yeah, so much shape on that forehand to get his opponent moving. So yeah, it's a tough one, because maybe it doesn't show on the stat sheet, but that forehand is very effective for him.
Right, and effective forehands can be different styles of forehands too, which is always interesting.
Well, Rafa was the same thing, right? He would drill it in practice. It was the biggest ball you'll ever see, and it was on the flatter side. And then he got into the matches, and it was slower and spinnier.
Don't get it twisted, though. Rafa didn't hit too many slow forehands in matches. I mean,
fair enough.
Just to follow up on that video board issue from a second ago, there was somebody from the video team who ran out. All he did was, it felt like it was back in the 80s with a television, just kind of stuck a fist right into the board, banged it, and then it just popped back up, and it's the right color, blue, back behind the court. Missed first serve here for Paul at 3-all. Second serve good. Sinner's backhand return misses wide to the deuce corner for 15-love. Darren Cahill applauding actually that miss from Sinner. Like the idea of it. 3-all. 15 love. Paul serving from the far side. Serve T netted. Second serve for TP. Hour and a half into this one now. Second is good. Sinner run around forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. That's into the net. 27th unforced error on the night. 30 love. Coco Gauff, what, had 60 unforced yesterday, I think was that number in 3 sets, along with obviously the 19 unforced, double faults there, creating that large percentage of that number.
It's a tough day at the office.
Unforced errors and aces should not count in winners and unforced. It muddies the statistic, but I suppose we can do our own work to subtract.
Gil, when you are tennis commissioner, which I think is maybe 5 years away, I'm pretty sure of that. That is up to you. Sinner goes backhand middle. Now it goes backhand middle to a Paul, backhand into the net, 40-15. But I do agree with you.
It's got to be somebody else's decision, though. Like, you know, Massimo from the ATP isn't deciding that unforced errors, like, you know.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Count with a double
that
faults.
actually got started.
Godenzi's not going to go to a meeting and, you know, say, hey guys, we got to stop counting aces in the winner category.
But then how do you go back, and if you're comparing different eras,
True.
I mean, that's a difficult one if you start changing the statistics. 40-15, serve T, lob return lands just long. Comfortable once again. That's 2 straight easy holds for Tommy Paul as he trots to the chair with a 4-3 lead in the second set here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Definitely a cool night here in New York City. End of the Labor Day weekend. It's been a fabulous weekend of tennis here at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Jannik Sinner, the world #1, serving right now 3-4 from the far side. Serving out wide is into the net. And again, that serve continues to be a bit of an issue for him. Low 50% for this second set. Second is good. Paul chips a return with depth. Forehand from Sinner. Paul goes forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Sinner backhand up the line. Running forehand from Paul is into the nets. 15 love. No break chances for either player in this second set, Mark.
If you're Tommy Paul, I think you take this.
Yes.
You know, keep it moving.
Staying out in front on the scoreboard. Hasn't faced a deuce either. As a result, 4-3 in 31 minutes. 15 love serve here at 3-4. Tosses up for Sinner. Goes out wide, misses well long. Feels like he's caught Sinner on a day where Sinner is definitely beatable. Backhand from Paul is into the net. Trying to charge that return, pop and move. 30 love.
You know, partially he's caught him on a day, but I think the other part of it is that we've seen that there's a way for him to play that can draw mistakes or that can expose certain things or where he can find a way to get ahead in points.
30 love serve is long. Second serve as Paul Starts about 8 feet behind the baseline. This second serve from Sinner. T, backhand from Paul off the net and good. Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. That's going to miss wide. Had it not clipped the net, probably a different outcome there, but 40 love for Sinner.
You know, coaching Stevie J, we played Sinner twice. Got spanked twice. But part of it is because Steve could open the court and Steve could stretch Sinner, but Steve couldn't take the ball early, especially on his backhand, to take advantage of that. Tommy Paul can. So, you know, like I said, there's ways for him to get ahead and to take advantage of it.
Game points, though, for Sinner here with the 40 love lead. Second serve and gets a return through the middle. Sinner forehand to a running Paul forehand. Sinner forehand middle. Sinner digs out a backhand. Now forehand from him. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand middle. Paul goes backhand into the net. Comfortable little hold to Love. Gets us to 4 games all. Very quick there in just a couple of minutes for that hold for Sinner.
Sinner's got that oohs and ahs pace that's so rare. I heard it watching Arena Sabalenka last night on Armstrong. You know, there's just a few players where sometimes they're mid-rally and they hit a ball so hard that they get the crowd to react, even though it's just a rally ball, not a finishing ball. And Sinner has that.
And especially with, as Mark mentioned, that forehand out wide. That one, when he runs out to his right and still just absolutely smacks that. It's impressive to watch. Paul with his first ace of this second set, second of the night. 15 love, 133, fastest of the night there. This is his first serve here up the tee. 133 is pretty impressive. Second serve for TP is into the net, so an ace and a double. 15 all now, second double of the night as well. Sinner, despite some of the serve issues, that second serve has been so good. I was reading an article on the ATP website about that and how he and Carlos Alcaraz both have just really improved that second serve, so they're less vulnerable there. Big serve from Paul, gets a short forehand, goes up the line, backhand from Sinner, back up the line, volley. Paul is perfect. From a very low position, what an angle.
On this replay, we can actually see Tommy Paul's racket head stay so still. At contact, great control. The racket head, very little movement, just opens up the racket face to get that ball to sit cross court. Wow, unbelievable kick serve there from Tommy Paul.
It's a rare return miss out of Jannik Sinner and a big smile on the face of Tommy. He's hit that perfectly. Should also point out after that volley make from Tommy, he's 8 of 8 at the net here in this second set, which again, math tells me is perfect. Game points here for Paul. Serve into the body, gets a forehand, goes up the line, in behind it, backhand Sinner, volley from Paul. Perfect touch once again. Make it 9 of 9. At the net for Tommy Paul here in the set. 5-4, we're moving really quickly right now.
What a pickup right there.
That's nasty stuff from Tommy. And again, I go back to where we were about 40 minutes ago, where we were just questioning how Tommy was going to recover here mentally, and has just been so locked in and focused after those first couple of tougher service games, 3 straight easy to either 15 or love.
Working his way into this, this deep part of the set, see if he can put some pressure on the Sinner serve, exactly where you want to be, get some possible scoreboard pressure. See if you can maybe gross out 1 or 2 ugly points early. They can play a couple consequential points.
Let's put Gil on the spot here. Gil, Tommy hasn't had a break chance since he went up 4-1. What do you want to see differently here in this service game with Sinner serving at 4-5?
Well, you hope for some second serve looks, but he has gotten those looks. He hasn't been able to fully take advantage. Maybe just looking to take the second serve return early and come in behind some of them. I mean, you look at the success that Tommy has had for the most part, and it's finding a chance to come forward, which I think we could have said before the match was going to be the case. Can he almost do it right off of the return when he gets a second serve look? I'd be curious to see if he could manage that.
Yeah, right now, as we mentioned, the serve has not been there for Sinner in this second set, just 38%. Yet he's only lost 5 points on serve. So certainly some missed opportunities there. You give Sinner a lot of credit as well for controlling from the baseline. He serves here to stay in the set from the near side. 4-5, serve out wide, chip return is into the net. 15-love.
Mike, just going back to the fact that Tommy didn't have a hangover after the first set disappointment, that's the level-headedness, right? He's just a guy, he doesn't get too high or too low, just goes to work. It's one of his best assets mentally.
I think you're exactly right. It's been a long time coming for that for him. Serve is good, short return. Sinner puts that away into the deuce corner for 30-love. Again, no pressure whatsoever here in these first 2 points. Nice and very simple for Jannik Sinner. 9 of 10 on his first serve points here in this second set. So at 30-love, serve is just long. I think there have been 2 love 15 deficits that Sinner has faced here in the set. Early in the set, really hasn't been bothered though. Second serve good. Paul backhand to a Sinner inside out forehand. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand through the middle. Paul run around forehand to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul forehand again inside out. Sinner digs out a backhand. Backhand slice from Tommy Paul. Sinner run around forehand inside into a Paul forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line. Stays back though. Now has a backhand. Goes cross with it. Paul backhand slice up the line to a Sinner forehand up the line. Paul goes backhand cross, Sinner backhand up the line. Oh my, that is beautiful. The backhand winner for Jannik Sinner to 40-love.
A laser up the line from Jannik Sinner. He's just absolutely unloading on some of these ground strokes. Thought he had a couple chances, like you said, to get into the net.
Do you want to keep him in the center? Do you want to keep him middle? I mean, it's a tough ask, right? He's going to come up with something everywhere, but is that maybe a better way to play him?
Yeah, potentially. I think the big thing is though, you got to keep him moving. You can't let him hit with his feet set.
Yeah, it's just so hard because he is so good from those corners at finding the angle. Gets a short return, puts a forehand into the deuce corner. Simple hold to love. That's 2 straight holds to love to 5-all. Not even applause from his team. They're just so content with how he's playing on serve right now. Not much to be said there. Yeah, he has lost 5 points on serve here in this set. Paul has lost 7. So not a lot doing here in this second set in terms of the drama. At 5-all. And again, if you're joining us late, Tommy Paul had a 4-1 2-break edge in the first set, lost it in a tiebreak to the world #1. It's been on serve throughout this second set. Tommy Paul has a jump volley, puts it away into the deuce corner for 15-love. of 10 at the net now in this second set. 20 of 25 for the night. Serving from the far side, Paul T wide. Second serve for Paul. That is good to a forehand center inside out, pushed wide. Did it look like Paul was cheating off to the deuce side?
He got moving quickly.
Yeah. It's an interesting look. It looked like he got just a little bit confused. Luckily, that ball had missed from Sinner. So 30-love. Serve for Paul out wide is an ace. Second of the set, third of the night. And game points for Paul. Can we just give a shout to the member of the ball crew there with the little blonde mustache, curly fro right behind Tommy?
You're feeling it?
Love it. Serve. Good. Sinner backhand through the middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand up the line. Paul digs out a backhand. What a cross-court shot. Sinner backhand up the line. Volley Paul. Sinner forehand up the line. Volley from Paul is into the net. Oh my gosh. Ludicrous.
Incredible. The court coverage. Both players, Jannik Sinner, forehand corner sliding into the backhand corner. Again sliding. I mean, the way he keeps his balance too while he slides,
it's nuts.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I don't think anyone burns more rubber on hard court than Sinner, and I'm including Novak Djokovic, at least north of 35 years old Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. And same thing, both of those guys that you just mentioned, Sinner and Novak, their balance seems to be consistently right there when they're on the move. 40-15 second serve, good. Backhand Sinner. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand through the middle. Now steps into a backhand middle. Paul forehand inside out off the net, back onto his side from 40 love to 40-30.
Got to finish these games, Mike. These big points can't give Sinner too many looks.
Yeah, this crowd sensing again some urgency here for Tommy Paul. And a little bit of stress. 40-30. Serve out wide, good. Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand middle. Paul run around, forehand misses long. Now we're at deuce.
And let's just remember right now, Jannik Sinner had no right to win that 40 love point.
None.
Unbelievable stuff by him on the scramble.
First deuce game of this set. Serve, long, trying to go backhand body. Second serve, Paul, good. Forehand for Sinner up the line to a backhand Paul. Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand middle. Run around forehand for Paul through the middle. Forehand cross from Sinner. Paul rolls a forehand short. Sinner backhand cross. Paul digs out a backhand, but it's going to be wide. First break chance of the set to Jannik Sinner.
You had a feeling this was coming when he didn't convert, the 40 love point, and then even more so, the alarm bells start going off after that 40-15 point. And I mentioned to you, Mike, this dangerous moment requires us, one good point from Jannik Sinner.
Off to the races. With his break chance, Paul from the far side. Serve, good. Sinner backhand up the line. Paul goes forehand back up the line. Sinner backhand cross, misses just long. Back to deuce we go. Sigh of relief for the Tommy Paul camp. Again, the fourth meeting for these two. Sinner with a 2-1 edge. Played on all three surfaces. Paul's lone win came on the grass. Sinner winning on clay and the hard. Deuce serve out wide, good. And a serve and volley. No need for the volley component. Return into the net. Game point for Paul. Serving at 70% here for this second set. 14 seed. Game point serve good. Backhand misses long from Jannik Sinner. That is quite a dig for Tommy Paul to stay out in front 6-5. Again, some of the mental moments from him, Mark, in this second set, right? Especially at the beginning, some of those trickier holds, the holds to 30 at the outset here, very well again could have just lapsed, and this second set could have gotten away from him. But here he is at 6-5 and stays out in front.
Holding his nerve, playing with some belief.
Yes.
That's the question. Like, do you have the belief that you can win this match? And in these moments, these telling moments, he's stepped up.
Give Brad Stein a lot of that credit for really teaching him to believe in himself. I remember where he was when Brad came on board, and it was, again, there was still some movement positively, but it just had been such a tough time finding somebody to believe in him after what had been a rough 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, and then there's ultimately the decision that an individual makes. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to waste his career. I'm going to do the right things. I'm going to listen to the people around me. I'm going to choose to put this first.
And then you need some results as well, right? For the belief to fully come around. And, he got his first career title a few years back in Stockholm. That was a big milestone for him. But in a moment like this, I think the fact that he's played Carlos Alcaraz so well throughout his career is a big help for Tommy. He's beat him 2 years in a row in Canada. They played a tight match at Wimbledon, at least for a couple of sets just earlier this summer. So Tommy knows that against the very best in the world, he can hang.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is the 4th time that Tommy has played the world number 1. The other 3 were all Carlos Alcaraz. It's Jannik Sinner, 5-6 from the far side, serve tee, chip return. Sinner runs up to a forehand, goes deuce corner. Now a volley into the ad corner is perfect. He at the net, 8 of 9 now in this second set, and 15 of 17. Ridiculous percentage, 15 love.
Hey, maybe they should come in a little more, you know, if you have these numbers like that. It's just math, Mike.
Just math. Illinois degree, Boston College degree. 15 love serve here for Sinner. From far side serve out wide, chip return lane short. Sinner goes big forehand into the deuce corner. Paul tried to cut off the angle, just no way with that kind of pace, 30 love. How did Boston College do tonight?
They won.
Okay.
They emerged victorious over the Florida State Seminoles.
College football on a Monday shouldn't happen, though.
Labor Day weekend's okay.
All right.
I'm just glad you didn't mention Syracuse because I didn't do much math over there.
I thought you were going to say football. They still play football?
Listen, leave the teams in orange out of this, okay? Second serve upcoming here for Jannik Sinner. 2 points away from our second tie break. That serve good. Paul backhand is not. This is long.
Buckle up for the Buster, boys.
3 chances for it. Paul about 10 feet behind the baseline for the serve, which goes to his backhand. Short return. Sinner's going to put this away easily into the deuce corner. So, Mark, let's put you on the spot here. Again, it's now, that makes it 3 straight holds to love. Hard to win a tie break without winning a return point. What does Paul need to do with Sinner serving, you know, that high quality when he makes the first?
You know, I might mix up my return position or do something to try to change the visual. Drop a little further back. I probably would not stand closer, but I might mix up my return position one way or the other.
Paul is going to serve to start this breaker. First set breaker again, 7-3 in favor of Sinner. Paul ready from the near side to the deuce corner. Serve good. Sinner backhand to a Paul forehand into the deuce corner. Now Tommy steps into a forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line. Oh, he missed it. Not by much. We're going to look at this close call, but the forehand line misses. Sinner with a quick mini break lead at 1-0. So actually a smile on the face right now of Tommy Paul. Meanwhile, completely businesslike from Jannik Sinner right now. 1-0. Serving from the far side into the ad corner. Serve out wide. He is long.
Almost all of Jannik's second serve are going body, so you know where it's coming.
Second. Good indeed to the body. Backhand to a backhand for Sinner, who steps into a backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner backhand middle. Slice from Tommy. Sinner goes backhand up the line to a forehand from Tommy Paul cross. Sinner gets a forehand, now has to dig out a backhand. Volley from Paul, good! And he does get the mini break back. 1-1.
Talk about guts.
Yeah, stepped up, got one forehand cross, and then just got to that baseline to crack that forehand up the line and in behind it.
Yeah, I love that overhead visual. You can see the court positioning there. Tommy Paul tight to the baseline, takes that ball on the rise. Again, critical with Jannik Sinner. You have to be able to take away time.
So to the deuce corner now for Jannik Sinner. Serve out wide. Chip return up the line to a Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand up the line to a Sinner forehand middle. Paul forehand middle, catches the baseline and good. Now has a forehand cross. This one does miss long. Sinner 2-1. And Gil, to your point, was looking up the stats for the second serve. You're absolutely right about that second from Sinner. On the ad side, it goes to the body 63%. On the deuce side, it's 44%. And that feels like those percentages are actually low for what we've seen here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that's typical for basically everyone Sinner plays. It's not just Tommy Paul. It's usually a faster second serve relatively with a little bit of slice into the body.
1-2 for Paul, serving near side, misses into the net, trying to go out to the ad corner. Second serve for Tommy. That second, good to a Sinner forehand, inside out crush, lob from Paul, swinging volley from Sinner, puts that into the deuce corner. No chance for Paul to catch up. 3-1.
Too short. Second serve.
One of my favorite
Way
rappers.
too short.
How about too slow? 66 miles per hour.
Yikes. I think the rapper Too Short could have hit a 66 mile per hour second serve.
Yeah.
Oakland?
Oaktown.
That's too slow.
One 1-3, serve to the deuce corner off the net and long. Second serve good. Sinner through the middle. Paul forehand to a Sinner forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner forehand up the line, misses long and off balance there, just having to lunge for it. And he's hitting himself on the right leg, saying that right leg needed to get out there. 3-2.
Tommy Paul's got to keep that serve speed up, because when it's too short, his opponent's going to be getting it.
Yeah, and Sinner doesn't miss.
While the getting is good.
Well, the getting is good. I knew we were going to get into this at some point. Maintaining a mini break lead right now. Sinner 3-2. Serve, tee, net.
Please.
Not a friendly crowd for Jannik Sinner here tonight. Second serve for him to the ad side. Body, backhand, up the line from Tommy Paul. Return winner. We're back level, 3-all.
It's one of the most underutilized returns there. Take that backhand on the rise, poke it up the line, give yourself a little bit bigger target than that.
Yeah, that was right square on the line. Let's see where he made contact with this ball. Yeah, 2 steps inside the baseline.
With the right-hander's weight is going left after you land from that kick serve when you try to right yourself.
I think, I probably doesn't need to be said, but I'm going to say it anyways. He has to win this set. I know that Tommy does have one come from behind victory from 2 sets to love down. Find it hard to believe against the world #1. So these next 5 minutes, incredibly crucial. 3-all serve from the near side now. Crowd celebrating every missed first serve. On the second, goes to the body, chip return, good depth, forehand from Sinner. Paul digs it out, Sinner inside out, forehand, he missed it wide. And Tommy Paul with a mini break lead at 4-3. He has won nearly as many return points in the tiebreak that he did through the run of the set.
It's win them when they count. Come on. What a first serve right here. Slow the rhythm down. Get that toss up there. Pop it. Wouldn't mind seeing a body serve right here. Jam him. Backhand body.
Sinner well behind the baseline for this return. Sinner gets a backhand, goes middle. Paul forehand to a Sinner, running forehand middle. Paul forehand inside out to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand cross on the run. Sinner forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul inside out forehand. Sinner digs that out up the line. Paul forehand cross. Sinner running forehand. Paul volley. Sinner backhand up the line. Perfect! Oh my! The mini break right back to 4-all.
The shot quality just incredible throughout the point. Got to do so much to get a short ball. He gets good stick on this first pass. Tommy Paul not able to carve around the outside of the ball to get that ball going cross court enough. Too much court for Jannik Sinner to hit into right there.
And a couple of points lost at the net here from Tommy over the last couple of minutes after starting this second set 10 of 10. Now 2 of his last 4. from the far side into the deuce corner at 4-all. Paul's serve out wide, good. Short return. Paul inside out forehand. Sinner gets it, lob. Paul easy finish into the deuce corner for 5-4.
Great work from Tommy Paul. Now a little bit of pressure on the Sinner racket. Not as much room for error.
Fist pump towards his team as well. Dogged determination. Crowd absolutely loving this right now. Second straight tiebreak. And now on the wrong end of it for the moment is Jannik Sinner serving here. As we've crossed over the 2-hour mark. 4-5 to the ad corner. Serve netted. Second serve for Sinner. Good to a backhand from Paul. Oh my, lost the balance, missed it into the net. 5-all.
It's the one you want right there. Yeah, middle of the box.
A little slower than Sinner's been hitting it, and I wonder if that fooled Tommy a bit. Seemed a bit out in front of that backhand.
Off-speed pitch, right?
Exactly.
Mark Lucero's friend Mark Pryor probably watching and enjoying that.
One of the things that good servers will do a lot of times, especially with that kick serve, they'll bounce it a little shorter intentionally so that it throws off that, you know, that rhythm with the split step.
Serve is long from Sinner. This has not been a great serving performance in terms of percentage for him tonight. Second serve, good to a Paul backhand. He missed another one. 2 straight second serves to look at. 2 free points for Jannik Sinner and a set point for the world number 1 as well.
That was the old jammer right there. That was a pretty good second. Right in the body, had some depth to it.
And about 12 miles per hour faster as well. So just adjustment of that timing really causing that problem. 5-6. Paul hearing it from this American crowd. From the far side, Paul served. T, good. Gets a forehand, goes inside out. Run around forehand for Sinner. Paul lob, and it misses long. Jannik Sinner snagging the second set. 7-5 in a tiebreak. Very high level Sinner in 2 tiebreaks so far. Come back for the third here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Well, Mike Cation, Mark Lucero joining you in the broadcast booth. Gil Gross is courtside. And Gil, I think, you know, listen, the crowd that's down there obviously doing all they can, but it feels like once that tiebreak goes away in the second set, I'm starting to see some people file out in front of our radio booth as well. It just seems like that might have been the one that kind of puts the crowd over the edge, and just realizing that Sinner just has that ability in the biggest moments to get through and find a way.
Well, it's 11 p.m. local time, so you start doing the math. If they're going to see a Tommy Paul victory, it would probably have to be around 2 in the morning in that kind of range. But, you know, I think regardless, it was a great show, the end of that second set. Unbelievable. But there were just a couple of key moments there. A missed volley, not a missed volley. Tommy Paul made the volley up the mini break at 4-3. He just didn't angle it off or drop it short in the court enough, and he got past. Then you have the 2-second serve missed returns. But I think one of the major themes that we're kind of seeing throughout the match is Tommy's serve is really getting handled by Sinner's return. It just doesn't seem like there's enough damage happening off of the Tommy Paul serve, and he's being asked to beat Sinner from the baseline. He's doing an admirable job, oftentimes coming close and, you know, living with Jannik from the back of the court, but it just becomes a really tough ask. I don't think Tommy got any help from his serve in that tiebreak.
Yeah, and to that point, we can look at the numbers, right? The data says that the first serve effectiveness, it's 17% higher for Jannik Sinner on the first, 10% higher on the second. So everything that he's doing with that serve is having more bite. Sinner is serving to start this third set as well. I know that Gil Gross is going to know the answer to this. I'm going to put it to Mark Lucero here in a second. As the second serve is good to a Paul backhand up the line. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner stepping into an inside-out forehand. Gets a volley into the net. It's love 15. Mark, do you know the time when Tommy Paul had a come-from-behind victory from 2 sets to love down?
Was it the U.S. Open, Mike?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me what year it was?
2023.
2023. Was it?
Second round.
Not against Casper, was it?
No.
Oh, gosh. Who was it?
Roman Safulin.
Oh, I was not going to get that one.
No, you were not. Forehand up the line from Paul. Now steps into a forehand inside out. Sinner lost his footing. Uh-oh. He's a little bit slow to get up. Ooh, that is a little bit disconcerting. Let's see how... he's reaching for his right hip.
Which he's been reaching for all summer long. Throughout that title run in Cincinnati, he had been grabbing that right hip.
So he was expecting the ball to come cross court off of the forehand, so he's moving off to his right. And then, yeah, the right foot just kind of slips from underneath him. That looked really painful, and you can tell by the hush of this crowd, they realized that that was not... Yeah, that looked painful from up here. Love 30 as well. Sinner missing the serve up the tee and trying to stretch out that right hip again. Well, this match might have just changed. Second serve good. Paul chips a return short. Sinner inside out forehand off the net. Good. Just trickling over, and Paul can't get up there fast enough to get the volley over. My word, what a break for Sinner to 15-30.
15-30.
Mike, the hip first started bothering him in Monte Carlo. He ended up playing through it in Madrid, then pulling out of...
He suffered a walkover loss in Madrid.
Yes, so then he pulled out of Rome, which is painful for him. Played Roland Garros, but the hip didn't look 100% against Carlos Alcaraz towards the tail end of that match in the semifinal.
Serve tee good, chip return. Sinner forehand inside out, right on the line for 30 all. Yeah, that clay court stretch was a little bit of a tough one. Lost in Monte Carlo to Tsitsipas. We mentioned losing by walkover to Felix Auger-Aliassime in Madrid, then losing to Alcaraz at Roland Garros. Quarterfinal loss at Wimbledon to Medvedev. That stretch, bit of a struggle. Of course, Cincinnati champion, leading to 7-match winning streak coming into this one. Serve out wide is good. Return is into the net.
Well, that's why it was so concerning seeing Jannik in Cincinnati at times refer to that hip, because you never want to see something like that linger.
So a game point for Sinner from a love 30 deficit at 40-30. Serve out wide is an ace. Best serve he's got. 6th ace of the night. Ball change as well. One love here in this third set. He is trying to give us some hip rotation as well as he comes to the chair and stretch that out. Let's put you in that
It's right in front of Gil. Yeah, it's right in front of Gil.
How does that impact if he's struggling with that right hip in terms of his movement?
Well, it's going to be a question mark moving right. Obviously, I think can he have that same sort of stability when he's sliding with that right leg out to his right? And the other thing is, conversely, if he gets pulled the other way, can he push off with explosiveness? When he's moving to his left.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking as well. Paul hitting one forehand cross out to that deuce corner, see how he reacts moving back to that backhand side. Do you force him to go for a little bit more off of that forehand in a corner as well? He hits it incredibly well.
Yeah, I think you guys still have to try for sure.
All right, so Tommy Paul, love one. No breaks of serve in that second set. Serve good. Return lands on the baseline. Now Sinner stepping into a backhand middle. Paul inside out forehand to a Sinner backhand up the line. Running forehand for Paul. Sinner forehand cross. Paul tracks that down forehand up the line. Sinner blocks it back short. Paul drop shot off the backhand side. He missed it into the net. Athleticism was on display. Just can't find that finish, and it's love 15. Sinner does not look comfortable at all. How well are you able to see that grimace right now, Gil?
Yeah, I see it, and the walk is a little bit ginger, but...
I thought that walk up by the service line, right, Gil?
Right.
When he was trying to decelerate.
Mm-hmm.
At love 15, serve good. Sinner backhand into the net.
Where I hesitate is he was walking like that in Cincinnati, and he won a Masters 1000 walking like that. So you have to be careful reading too much into the between-the-point mannerisms of Jannik sometimes.
Wins over Zverev and Tiafoe in the semis in the final. Missed first serve up the tee for Paul. Second serve for him here. Serve good. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner tracks it down. Backhand cross. Oh my, come on. What is that angle? That's nuts. Pass to 15-30. Good approach, too, from Paul, getting the outside of the line, maybe a little bit more depth, a little bit more pace.
I think he left it a little high. It looked like he didn't quite hit it cleanly, a little too much shape on that ball.
So the opening here for Sinner, who did have the lone break chance in the second. Serve, long, trying to go tee. Sinner about 3 feet behind the baseline for this second. Steps into it. Second serve return goes middle. Paul backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand up the line to a forehand cross from Paul that missed long. Mistimed it. 2 break chances for Jannik Sinner. Paul has done such a good job, especially through that second set, of staying level, giving himself chances. Feels very much in danger right now. Love one in the third, 15-40. Serve, the Alette. Their first serve coming. Serve good up the tee. Lob return lands good. Paul inside in forehand. Slice from Sinner. Volley from Paul. Backhand from Sinner goes into the net. 30-40 now. First point he's won at the net here in this third set. Started 0 for 3, now 1 of 4. For the night, Sinner now 2 of 8 on his break chances. We're ready here at 30-40. Serve from Paul, good. Sinner backhand, good depth. Now Sinner stepping into a forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line, just good. Backhand from Sinner. Paul goes backhand middle. Sinner backhand up the line to a running forehand for Tommy Paul. Sinner forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line, looped. Sinner backhand cross. Paul digs that out on the baseline. Good. Forehand from Sinner. Paul goes backhand up the line, running forehand from Sinner. Paul forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross, big angle. Now steps into a backhand, goes inside out. Paul lob. Sinner there for an overhead. Oh, he missed it.
Oh.
Into the ad corner, he just flat missed it. Break point averted. Second, maybe third life for Tommy Paul. Now a deuce.
Beautiful backhand, that inside out kind of backhand from the middle of the court.
Yeah, well, the bad news for Jannik is he missed that overhead. The good news is he did hit some really good running forehands and even slid off of that right leg.
Yep. 21 shot rally to get us to deuce. Serve out wide is wide. We have not had a break of serve since 4-all in the first. Second serve here at love 1, deuce in the third. Serves good. Sinner through the middle. Paul backhand middle. Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes big inside in forehand. Dug out by Sinner. Paul forehand up the line. He missed it well long again. You could hear that groan from him as Sinner grabs his third break chance.
Sinner.
Could have used Matthew McConaughey here tonight. Give Tommy a little extra push.
A little pump up.
A weird feeling that Matthew McConaughey is going to be president someday, or at least governor of Texas, one of the two. Break point number 3 on the Paul serve. T good. It's an ace sliding away from the forehand of Jannik Sinner. To deuce we go once again.
A little bit similar to the start of the last set in that it feels like it's such a huge game.
Mm-hmm. Fourth of the night for Paul at deuce, serve long. 0 for 3 on his second serve points here in this game. Second from him, double fault. Third of the night. Fourth break chance upcoming for the world number 1. Sinner blowing on his hand to dry it off on a muggy but cool evening. Serve for Paul, good. Sinner backhand just hits the net and over. Paul forehand just catches the baseline. What a shot from Jannik Sinner! Up against the back wall, finds a cross-court angle. Most absurd shot of the night. And the break for Jannik Sinner to 2-love. What?
Yeah, watching this replay, couldn't believe he even got a racket on. That's a continental grip, Mike. Full slap continental grip.
Speechless. That grip change, we get a good look at it there as he switches to the Conti there on a full stretch.
It's a guy whose movement we're concerned about.
He just apologized to Tommy because he hit too good a shot.
That's crazy. Oh my word. Missed first serve into the net. I don't know. I don't know. There are times where you just have to shake your head. Second serve good to a Paul backhand. Sinner backhand cross on the baseline and good. Now he steps into a backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Sinner goes backhand up the line into the net. Again, trying to wipe off all the sweat right now.
I talked about the Tommy Paul serve against Sinner's return at the end of the second set tiebreak, and I was looking at the averages for the first 2 sets. 109 miles per hour was Paul's average first serve speed, and I was going to say maybe he should ramp that up. He actually did in that first game of the third set, and it didn't matter.
Shift return from Paul lands on the baseline. Now has a backhand, goes cross, run around forehand from Sinner into the deuce corner. Forehand from Paul goes cross. Now steps into a backhand trying to go cross with that as well and misses into the net. It's 15-all.
He was up to 118, and I was watching the radar gun throughout that service game, and there was a clear effort to try to bring a little more heat to the table and try to get some help. And man, it was just an incredible return game by Jannik.
It was also just the second serves, though. You know, he was 0 for 4 on those second serves, and so when he was going for a little bit more, maybe the percentage drops and Sinner able to take advantage of those weaker seconds. 2-love, 15-all, serve, trying to go out wide, is missed into the net. Second serve for Jannik, good. That's a rare wide serve on a second from Sinner. Missed return into the net, 30-15. 2 hours, 20 minutes into this one. Feels like this is the first time in quite some time we've had some separation for the Italian. serve up the tee. In fact, it's actually his first break lead of the night. Had to come back from 2 breaks to love it down in the first. Second serve for him here, off the net and wide. Double fault, first of the night for Jannik Sinner. 30 all. Just after 11:30 Eastern time here in New York. That was Brad Stein, definitely doing his best here. Serve out wide is an ace, second already of this set.
He's been looking for that serve, this service game. His first couple missed first serves, trying to hit that ball carving wide.
113 out wide, game point for Sinner. Serve out wide is another ace. Impressive start here to this third set for the world number 1. Hip, no problem. 3-love. Sinner out in front here in the third on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Going through social media right now, just seeing some of the tweets of people saying, I don't know what else Tommy Paul really could have done tonight. Just seems like he's just on the wrong end of it, despite the fact that, you know, again, some of these stats for Jannik Sinner at times have just been off. Second serve for Paul here at love 3, gets the forehand, goes up the line to a Sinner backhand. Paul goes backhand middle, Sinner inside in, forehand is into the net. 15 love. That being said, after a really tough start with a lot of those numbers, I mean, now Sinner is above 50% for the match serving percentage. He's only -6 on the winners to unforced errors after being, what, -12, I think, at the end of the first. 15 love serve is long. So it just continuous improvement through this match, finding another gear is Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, he's cleaning it up.
Second serve for TP, 15 love, good to a Sinner backhand rolled middle. Paul goes inside out forehand to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul forehand inside in this time. Dug out by Sinner. Paul forehand middle. Sinner drop shot will miss wide. 30 love.
30 love.
These moments can be so difficult to face. Scoreboard pressure against Tommy Paul. It's hard to imagine the idea of playing another 2.5 hours when it's 11:30 at night. And that's what we'll need to do for him to get into the quarterfinals. Although right now the idea of a Sinner-Medvedev quarterfinal is quite enticing.
I mean, nice contrast in styles.
Yes. Forehand from Paul goes middle. Sinner forehand up the line. Backhand slice from Paul. Sinner goes big inside out angle. Paul backhand cross missed wide. Tried to go back behind Jannik Sinner on a dead stretch and just pulled it into the doubles alley. 30-15 now. Sinner getting some instruction from his camp right now. How to attack this return. I think just having that little tweak in the hip, kind of forcing him to try to play maybe just a little bit faster. Forehand from Paul misses into the net, pulls out of that forehand swing, and that miss gets us to 30 all.
Danger time.
Yeah.
Danger time.
Go again, baseball metaphor. This is where you need to put together a bunch of singles in a row as opposed to going for that home run, and that's always a difficult ask, right? Love 3 in the third, down 2 sets to Love, 30 all. Paul serves wide, good. Serve and volley. The volley good into the out corner. Big point for Paul.
40-30.
Probably mix that in a little more often, the serve and volley.
Maybe what, 3-4 through the night?
Hindsight 2020,
yeah,
obviously.
Right. Game point. Serve good. Another serve and volley, this time into the deuce corner. Serve out wide. Volley into the open corner seems to be working well for 2 straight points. Gets on the scoreboard, 3-1.
Leads by 3 games to 1, third set.
Don't get a lot there from either team. Feel really bad for a guy who's sitting in the front row, was able to sneak down to the front row and trying to take a selfie with Jannik Sinner, and Jannik moved too quickly. You got to be, listen, when you're trying to take a selfie in the middle of a match, you got to move quick.
Got to be ready. Got to be ready. Got that camera app open.
3-1. Sinner from the far side, serves out wide, it's another ace. 4th of the set, 9th of the night. Another gear right now, Mark. $15 love in this 3-1 service game. 2:27 on the clock. Closing in on midnight. Serve just long, trying to go body. So many of these second serves to the outside going into the body. That's what he does here. Backhand from Paul. Sinner forehand inside out to a Paul backhand. Sinner forehand inside in to a Paul forehand cross. Dug out by Sinner. Paul inside out forehand. Sinner backhand middle. Drop shot from Tommy Paul. Sinner, you could hear that racket touch the ground. I think that was a not up call that I heard, but either way, Tommy was there at the net to finish into the ad corner for 15 all.
That's a mix-up. I like that drop shot.
15 all.
Sinner was not looking for that one.
I think he did actually pick it up off the ground. We're getting a look at the replay. No, he didn't.
Oh,
it was a not up.
I didn't hear a call though.
Yeah, I thought I heard the frame. I don't think I heard the
yeah.
call. Yeah, I think I heard just the frame hit the ground, and
I'm sure it would have been fixed with VAR, right?
Yeah.
Serve out wide is wide, I think.
I'm still not sold on the Draper call.
I know. I'm so lost. Second serve good to a Paul backhand middle. Sinner digs out of back into a Paul inside in forehand that misses by a couple of inches into the deuce corner. 4:30-15.
Well, the big controversy was the other night on Armstrong with Beatrice Haddad-Maia against Anna Kalinskaya when they went to the VAR, and it seemed they still didn't get it right. Kalinskaya, who of course is Jannik Sinner's significant other, it shook her mentally. She'd never recovered.
Can't blame her. It's tough when you see it up on the screen and still don't feel like you've gotten the correct call. Second serve here for Sinner. Good to a backhand from Paul. Sinner goes backhand up the line. Running forehand from Paul is going to be missed wide and long. But again, you know, I don't want to try to make excuses for anybody. We're getting to that point where it's a very new technology for a lot of these chairs, and you know it's gonna be wrong sometimes.
It's very magnanimous of you, Mike.
You got to give people time to grow, right? Serve out wide is long. Second serve here for Sinner, comfortably at 40-15. Second is good to a Paul backhand up the line. Sinner backhand cross. Paul volley is good into the deuce corner. Just getting a racket on at 40-30 now.
40-13.
Mark, how do you convince your player that they're still in this at this stage of a match? How do you do it?
I mean, you just keep telling him that. But the thing is, it can't just be tonight. You know, it's got to be something that's happened over the course of 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. Where it's not like there needs to be, there needs to be a conscious choice to keep fighting. That's just, no, it's just what you do. Keep fighting.
Natural instinct. Game point serve, chip return. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line is into the net. Feels like it's fait accompli right now. Jannik Sinner in control of the third at 4-1. US Open Radio presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Mark Lucero, Gil Gross courtside, Tommy Paul about to serve 1-4. Mark, I do need to ask you so that everybody can listen. You've had, over the last several years, one of my favorite podcasts. Check the mark. Is that going to be coming back anytime soon? I know you're going into college coaching right now, but...
Yeah, I took a little pause from it when I started working with Amanda Anisimova. I wanted to kind of focus on that. And it's a good question, Mike. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
I just know you have at least one person
Thank you.
Here who wants to listen. Always really enjoyed you. The one thing, I'm going to just speak for Mark here, that I really always enjoyed about his podcast, just that ability to kind of talk about the court speeds, the ball differences, how important those things are from tournament to tournament. It's kind of gets into the weeds a little bit, but I think it's some weeds that people find interesting. So
thanks, Mike.
Please know
Thank you.
I'm a frequent listener. Love 15 here for Paul in this 1-4 service game. Misses his serve long, trying to go out wide. Second serve here for TP. That is good. Back into a Paul forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line. Sinner back into a Paul backhand middle that's into the net. Love 30.
Love 30.
You know what they say. Everybody's got a podcast now, and this broadcast is proof of it.
It is. It is. But enough about our own self-promotion. We've hit that point of the match, huh?
No, only Lucero's gets plugged.
Yeah.
The only inactive one.
Second serve coming here for Tommy. 1-4, love 30. Very quiet box right now for Tommy Paul, and understandably so. They see the writing on the wall. Second serve, good to a Sinner backhand middle. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner digs that out through the middle. Paul forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line, misses wide. 3 break chances for Jannik Sinner.
It's like an awkward position to be in, you know, because your guys out there trying hard, getting drilled, and you know they're trying. And you don't want to do too much, because the last thing you need is them to look up and be like,
right,
yeah, I am fighting, you know, like, or yeah, I am trying,
right,
you know. So you just kind of like hang on and see if they can string a couple points together. Then you know, start to give them a little support, get them back into it.
But hard to do at this particular score line. Second serve upcoming on this break chance. Paul serve, good. Backhand for Sinner middle. Paul forehand. Sinner tracks that down, but it's into the net off that forehand side. 15-40.
15-14.
He got a pretty good hit on that one, even though he missed it.
bouncing around here, trying to keep that head down, do the work. 15-40, serve. Out wide, good. Forehand up the line. Paul, what class on that volley into the ad corner for 30-40.
Serve and volley, Tommy Paul. I mean, there's got to be some discussion. When you talk about high points of the match, like serve and volley, it seems like a play that can be used more often. An athlete like Tommy. Obviously don't want to overuse it.
Right. Serve up the tee, lob return lands good. Paul inside out forehand to a Sinner, backhand up the line. Paul forehand back behind Sinner, backhand volley from Paul. It's going to be missed wide. Jannik Sinner breaks again, and he leads 5-1 here in the third, and will try to close this one down.
Sinner leads by 5 games to 1, third set.
It's just so impressive, the ability for Sinner tonight to just, when he's needed to, on a day where maybe he was not at his sharpest, to find that other gear.
Just to keep getting better.
Yep.
Keep getting better, play good points of consequence, you know, late in sets.
Serving for the match and the quarterfinal for the second time in his career, Jannik Sinner, 5-1, near side, serve out wide is wide. Second serve for Jannik. Good to a Paul backhand. Sinner goes forehand cross. Paul forehand middle. Sinner forehand cross. Paul has to squash shot that back. Sinner forehand back behind Paul. Lob off the forehand side. Sinner retreats. Will step forward for an overhead. Good into the ad corner for 15 love.
Just relentless.
15 love.
Just pure power straight at you. No breathing room whatsoever.
Talked about it at the outset, Christopher O'Connell, that was the word he used, suffocation. He just felt like he couldn't breathe out there on the court, and I'm sure Tommy feeling similar here in this third set. 15 love at 5-1. Serve good. Paul backhand to a Sinner forehand roll to a Paul forehand cross. Sinner forehand to a Paul forehand up the line. Running backhand from Sinner. Paul goes forehand cross. Sinner goes forehand up the line. Paul backhand block back. Sinner in behind a backhand. Paul backhand volley from Sinner will miss wide. 15 all. I think the next couple of days there are going to be, understandably, Mark, a lot of questions about the right hip of Jannik Sinner. I'm sure he's going to be asked about that in press tonight, and we probably won't have a good answer until he actually gets on court 2 days from now. All. Sinner from the near side. Serve out wide is into the net. Serve is going to be, I'm sure, a point of work for him tomorrow on the practice court. Second serve's good. Paul backhand to a Sinner backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Sinner backhand rolled middle. Paul run around forehand into the deuce corner for a forehand winner. 15-30.
15-13.
Settling back down at 15-30. Serve off the net and long. That puts him exactly at 50% for the night. 47 of 94. Second serve. Let off the net, just catches the back of the service line. Narrowly avoiding his second double of the night. Now another second kicker to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner digs that out, but it's into the net post, and Tommy Paul. This is the first break chance he's had since game number 5. It was what, two hours ago or so? Since the last break chance. Hey, he's 2 of 2 on his break points.
Percentages look great.
15-40. Serve for Jannik Sinner. Netted.
Please.
Louise Louise Engzel is exhausted. Second serve. Good to a Paul backhand that he misses long.
30-14.
30-40. First break point miss. 2-3 now. Serve out wide is good. It's an ace.
Monster serve.
Can hear that crack. My goodness.
Yeah, it sounded like a shotgun. And you know, the speed gun, it's 125, so you've seen bigger serves. But what is it, Mark? The flatness of that serve that makes it sound like that? Solid contact?
Solid flat, and again, just like the angle that it goes down into the court.
Pretty remarkable stuff. 10th ace, serve at deuce, trying to go backhand body. Misses long. Second serve for Sinner. Good to a Paul chip return into the net. We finally arrived at match point.
Advantage Sinner.
One last burst from this crowd as well. Serving for the quarterfinal is Jannik Sinner. From the near side, tosses up, serve into the net. Will finish this match below 50% on that serve percentage. Second serve for Sinner. Good to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand up the line, running forehand from Paul looped. Misses long, and Jannik Sinner, not always at his best, but that next level was always there. Through to the quarterfinals in 3 sets. 7-6, 7-6, 6-1 over Tommy Paul. And we get that dramatic quarterfinal matchup, Sinner and Medvedev, in a couple of days. Sinner thanking this crowd, but Mark, it's just always so remarkable when you see these players on a day where they're maybe not at their sharpest, but when it has to be there, it's there.
Yeah, that's how you win big tournaments. You get yourself through matches like this. You give yourself a chance to play better later on. But most importantly, you're present in the big moments, and you're putting the onus on your opponent. Hey, you need to hit a winner or do something really special to get the ball by him at a big point.
Tommy Paul thanking this crowd as he walks off, his head's down. It can be a tough one to swallow because he was right there. So many points. You saw, what was it, 18 unforced errors, 18 or 19 unforced errors from Sinner in that first set. The 2-break lead, wasn't able to finish that, and if he gets that first set, we could be looking at a completely different outcome and probably just kind of be in the middle of a competitive third set right now. And that will be a tough pill to swallow, with a lot still on the line over the next couple of months for Tommy.
That's a tough one. I mean, you're thinking, if I'm looking at a 6-2 first set, feeling good, you know, we're 40 minutes into the match, anything can happen.
Oh, it's Chris Eubanks out there. That is a suit that he is wearing. Blue, dark blue coat, light blue tie. Let's hear from Chris Eubanks and Jannik Sinner.
Win tonight. If I'm not mistaken, this is your first time in Ash at night for this this year's event. How would you rate the experience of playing at night in Arthur Ashe Stadium versus playing in the day?
Yeah, it is a bit different. Obviously, it's a huge honor to play in this court here. Evening sessions always very, very nice. Thanks everyone for the support. It's amazing. So. Yeah, I felt like we both didn't play our best tennis. It was a little breezy, a little windy, so we tried to find our rhythm a little bit. I found it a little bit in the end of the match, but yeah, I can be very proud today. It was a tough opponent, so I'm very happy to be in the next round.
You know, you mentioned some things that you felt like you didn't find your timing and find your rhythm until later in the match. From the side, it looked like we saw a little bit of what Jannik Sinner brings to the court every single day. Great defensive skills, phenomenal ball striking. Is there anything of your match today that you felt like you really did well physically or mentally?
Yeah, for sure mentally, you know, I didn't start very well. I was double breakdown in the first set. I tried to stay there mentally, and for sure this today was one of the keys to win this match. I served very well in the beginning of the match, and yes, you know, there are some ups and downs. Obviously, you know, best of 5 it's normal to have, but you know, it's finding my rhythm in the end of the match hopefully helps me then for the next match. So let's see.
Well, speaking of your next match, you play a familiar opponent in Grand Slams this year, Daniil Medvedev. Of course, you defeated him in the final of the Australian Open to claim your first Grand Slam title. You fell to him in Wimbledon in another 5-set battle. What are you most looking forward to about this match with Daniil coming up?
Yeah, tough match. It's going to be a lot of rallies, so hopefully be ready physically. It's going to be a physical match, also mental match. I won in Australia, he then won in Wimbledon, always 5 sets. So hopefully it's going to be a good match. We try to do our best on court. Hopefully you guys enjoy the next one, and then we'll see how it goes.
No doubt about it. It's going to be a great match. Ladies and gentlemen, Jannik Sinner.
Well, let's go to that match and start to look ahead. Gil, we'll start with you so you can wrap up down there, but your thoughts on Sinner Medvedev in a couple of days.
Well, I think Daniil Medvedev is partially responsible for creating the beast that has become Jannik Sinner, because Medvedev beat Jannik their first 6 matches, and he was someone who could absorb the linear power that Sinner would bring to the table on a tennis court, and it really forced Jannik to adapt, to develop his net game, drop shots, sharper angles, more changes of direction. Obviously, you know, the serve got bigger and bigger. So I think at the end of last year, after the US Open, when he played Medvedev in Beijing and Vienna and the Tour finals, and then in the Australian Open final at the start of the year, that was really the symbol of Jannik Sinner's development, in that he had solved that Medvedev puzzle. But of course, Daniil got him back at Wimbledon earlier this summer. So I think there's a lot of things that Sinner can do better this time around than in that match when he woke up sick and didn't play his best. But it's always a fascinating head-to-head.
Yeah, Mark, your thoughts on that one?
The matchup I'm looking forward to seeing is the Medvedev return, seeing how he neutralizes, or how he attempts to neutralize the Sinner serve. I don't see Sinner serving under 50% this next round the way he did today. You know, if he's hitting in the 60s for percentages in the court, can Medvedev find ways to neutralize, draw him into long rallies that get pretty close and neutral pretty quickly? And then, yeah, like Gil said, is Medvedev going to be exposed by Sinner opening the court? I also want to see the Sinner net game, see if it holds up. You know, when he had difficult volleys today, I don't think he actually looked great volleying. You know, he handled the easy ones, but I want to see how he handles the tough ones.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Again, 2 days from now on Wednesday for that quarterfinals, but the quarterfinals do begin tomorrow as we get into them starting at 12 on Ash. All of these singles quarterfinals will be on Ash tomorrow. Badosa, Navarro, followed by Fritz and Zverev. Tomorrow night, Zhang, Sabalenka, right at 7, followed by Dimitrov and Tiafoe. But US Open Radio will be with you starting at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Doubles action will be over on Armstrong and on Grandstand. So Dave Leno and Patricia He will get you started in just a little over 10. We got to midnight.
Nice.
Not bad. Not bad to get to midnight. Gil, fantastic stuff. Mark, wonderful as always. The boys in the back, well, they kept us warm.
They're the best.
We got this light we got to get sorted out here. This racket, I just am so used to it. Just the power of the racket that's right above me. It makes me feel so special. But they do incredible work, and we appreciate you being part of it here on US Open Radio. And make sure you join us tomorrow, 10:30 start, and then our singles quarterfinals begin at noon. So for Mark, for Gil, the guys in the back, Mike Cation signing off. You've been listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. For Paul, good. Center backhand just hits the net and over. Paul forehand just catches the baseline. What a shot from Jannik Sinner! Up against the back wall. Finds a cross-court angle. Most absurd shot of the night. And the break for Jannik Sinner to 2-love. What? Second serve for Sinner. Good to a Paul backhand cross. Sinner goes backhand up the line. Running forehand from Paul looped. misses long, and Jannik Sinner, not always at his best, but that next level was always there. Through to the quarterfinals, 3 sets, 7-6, 7-6, 6-1 over Tommy Paul, and we get that dramatic quarterfinal matchup, Sinner and Medvedev, in a couple of days.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.